Have you ever traveled through time? We do it every day.
Asgardia is a country with a population of more than 1 million people from more than 200 countries on Earth. Asgardia gives everyone equal opportunities, no matter what their earthly status is.
It is possible to create and live in the future right now. Are you ready? Forward progress is the solution to the entire human race. Our mission is to bridge new horizons. In Asgardia, there is no limit to the universal development in the fields of technology, finance, and arts. Asgardia is a new space and digital economy which creates opportunities for the global economy. We deliver innovations. Do you want to get on board with us? We are developing various kinds of digital businesses, attracting them to the Asgardia platform that can be backed by the means of our umbrella, i.e. franchising of the Asgardia brand. We can not only attract investments into space programs from prominent institutional investors, but also affordable amounts from the citizens of Asgardia. We comprise of more than 1 million people.
Asgardia is a chance to realize one's dream. This is a dream-driven space nation. Asgardia is a chance to belong to a community of free-thinking enthusiasts, goal-driven dreamers, and fearless innovators, theorists, and scientists.
We are the first space nation. One humanity, one unity.
Asgardia.
We are creating
the future.
That's great.
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning indeed. And we are live. Welcome, everybody, all over the world. I'm Len Petropic, the chair of Parliament of Asgardia, and we're going to start in 2 minutes' time. So rather than talking myself for 2 minutes, you are free to discuss whatever you like for 2 minutes, and then we will start the formal session of day 2. Good to see you, Mr. Berry. You'll get the chance to ask your question later. I'll explain that in a minute. Everyone will, in fact. Like your spaceship, Benedetto. It looks like it was launched in the mid-1960s from Woodstock.
Oh, that's
Yes.
a reference.
And nice to have.
But it looks great. You all look great. 1 minute till we start. So.
How's that espresso there, Benedetto?
In preparation of living in space, I actually put my tea in this so I don't have to get up during the meeting. Like camping.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's interesting, I've got 2 of these. The small one, which keeps the heat really well, and then the large one, which doesn't keep it at all. I wonder if it's a different internal design. Also, when you put something in the thermos, it reminds you of your childhood. If I had the energy to do it, I'd put hot chocolate into it. And eat sandwiches.
I got one of those too. I keep. If I put coffee in mine.
Well, yes, because it's early for you. It's
Oh no, that's what we drink here. We drink coffee. We don't drink tea, unless it's sweet tea, cold with ice.
Yeah, I like that. I do like iced tea in America. But if everyone drinks coffee, that explains a lot. But we don't get involved in terrestrial politics, so I better not say any more.
Sorry,
Right.
I had to go get my coffee. So yes,
Yeah, well,
on point.
that's why I've got this. It's also because it's a small cup, it seems to last longer because I have to keep leaning down to get it going. Okay, thanks. Let's start. Welcome everybody to day 2 of Asgardia's ninth sitting in the second term of Parliament. We have really, I added up how many days we've been doing this in this session alone. It's the same as sitting for just under 1 month solidly. It's very good. And that's one reason why we're, I think, very professional at it. If you're joining us for the first time, Asgardia's digital sitting is a formal event where we debate various matters which need to be decided. Day 1 is announcements. We did that yesterday. Day 2 is the main parliamentary and governmental business. And then day 3 is mainly focused on guest speaker and committees. Let me go through day 2. Today we're going to, first of all, announcements. The announcements are, actually, I'll go through the process, but the announcements are that the voting is open on everything. And you can vote on the agenda, which is really a quorum count. We need 50% plus 1 of sitting members of Parliament to vote in that to give us the quorum. Please do that if you have not already done so. You can vote yes, no, or abstain. What I'm looking for is the number. Obviously, if you vote against the agenda, we have something of a crisis, but hopefully you'll vote for it or abstain. But the main thing is that you vote so that we have the numbers. Then we have the Asgardia Opportunities Protocol and the Asgardia Digital Content Authorization Protocol. I'll explain a bit more about protocols in a minute. We've got the Asgardia Galactic Prime Directive Convention, which might be changed in name. And that's for the establishment of a working group. That's what you're voting for there. Then we have third readings, Asgardia Competition and Fair Trade Act, Asgardia Tax Act, and the Asgardia Contracts Act. Third reading means if you pass them, then they get submitted for a decree and they become law. The other 2 interesting things we do, we're voting on are Mr. Nigel Evans, or the Right Honourable Nigel Evans, to serve as Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs until 15th of December this year, and to approve Mr. Salvos Mouzakitis to serve as Chair of the Mandate Commission. We'll talk a little bit more about those in a moment. So those votes are open. Next, we do have a lot of matters to go through today, which I'll talk about. I'll talk about today's agenda in a moment, but let's talk about tomorrow's agenda. Tomorrow we're going to have Mr. Floris Witz, Minister of Science, talking with us about artificial gravity. Really interesting. How do you do gravity for settlements in space? We'll be getting reports from all the committees, a review of timetable priority acts, which is always just an opportunity for you to raise matters that you think we need to consider in Parliament. Election of the Chair of Youth and Education Committee. Nominations closed today. Summing up the results of voting. Closing remarks. National anthem. The sitting is closed. That's tomorrow. That begins at 1500 UTC. But now let's talk about today. We'll go through the agenda. We've opened it now, and I've done the announcements, but I'll just go through the agenda and explain how we're doing this. We're going to start with the Asgardia Opportunities Protocol. I'll explain the protocols in a moment. And John Fine's representing Alexander Melnikov there, but obviously Alexander's more than welcome to speak as well. Everybody is. Then we'll be talking about the Digital Content Authorization Protocol. Once again, John Fine for Alexander Melnikov. Then the Asgardia Galactic Prime Directive Convention. Now that's a really interesting debate. What we're discussing there is a framework for the world, which I hope that Asgardia can lead. And the working group we're trying to establish will bring in the best talent from the world, not just in Asgardia. And that could be the item that puts us on the map globally. And maybe it's a convention. We talked about this yesterday. Maybe there's another word for it. Maybe just Prime Directive. But I suspect that we could have a convention to settle this. And then Asgardia will have made a permanent contribution, which one day will make a very big contribution to how humans interact with extraterrestrial life. I had a very interesting conversation with a colleague from here yesterday evening about the importance of recognizing how life may have propagated around the world, sorry, around the universe. Talk about that later. The Asgardia Tax Act will be with Sarah Clark, Competition and Fair Trade Act, John Fine, and Ria Dell will cover the Contracts Act. Now, the government hour is scheduled for 1500 UTC. It will be roughly that time. At a natural point, maybe it's 1450, maybe it's 1500. We'll have a short break, and then we will do the government hour. But also within that, we will meet Mr. Nigel Evans, I expect at the beginning of the government hour, who will answer questions which you will be able to present. I'll come to that in a minute. And then also we will have Mr. Salvos Moussakitis, who will present himself to Parliament at some point in the day. He'll tell me when he's available. He's known to older members of the Parliament because he was the Deputy Chair of Parliament initially. And he's coming back, being proposed for the position of Mandate Commission. So that's what we're doing today. Okay, most people are here, so let me now go to our interpreters, just to remind you of how you can participate in the session. Let's start with our Turkish interpreter. Tell us how we can follow proceedings if we're Turkish.
Değerli Asgardia parlamenterleri, Asgardia 2. Parlamentosu'nun 9. oturumuna hoş geldiniz. Oturumların 2. günündeyiz. Yine tercümanlarınız Eren ve Alper size Türkçe ve İngilizce eş zamanlı olarak tercüme yapacak. Türkçe tercümeyi Zoom pencerenizin alt kısmındaki küre ikonuna tıklayarak seçebilirsiniz. Söz aldığınızda tercih ettiğiniz dilde konuşmanız yeterli olacaktır. Tercümanlarımız tüm söylediklerinizi diğer dile anında çevirecektir. Hepinize verimli oturumlar dileriz. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Let's move on to our Russian interpreter.
Hello, Mr. Alpik.
Hi, good to
Dear MPs.
hear from you. Hi, Helena.
Добрый день, уважаемые господа парламентарии. Вас приветствует ваш переводчик Елена Хмелева. И сегодня у нас 9-е заседание цифрового парламента Асгардии, 2-й день заседания. Перевод будет осуществляться в синхронном режиме, как и обычно, на русский, испанский и турецкий языки. Напомню вам, что ничего переключать не надо. Вы уже находитесь в нужном канале, чтобы слышать перевод. И паузы, если вы будете выступать, делать также не нужно. Единственное, просто просим вас говорить чуть помедленнее, чтобы мы могли успевать переводить вашу речь. Спасибо вам большое и плодотворного вам заседания. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, we go across to South Korea to hear from Liz Garriga, our Spanish interpreter. Greetings.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Hi. Good to hear from you again.
Estimados parlamentarios, bienvenidos al segundo día de esta novena reunión digital del segundo Parlamento de Asgardia. Las interpretaciones se estarán haciendo en los idiomas ruso, turco y español. Serán de una forma simultánea. No tienen que hacer pausa para la interpretación, pero sí deben hablar pausado para hacer nuestro mejor trabajo posible. Si tienen alguna dificultad conectándose con el canal de interpretación, por favor comuníquenselo en los mensajes o levanten la mano para dejarle saber al presidente del Parlamento. Recuerden, si quieren escuchar en inglés, pueden poner en el canal en inglés abajo o si entren a los canales correspondientes de su idioma preferido. Muchas gracias, eso es todo. Buen día.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you all. And any problems, then let me know. It's a superb way of saving time. I always try to make an estimate for how long we will be working together. I'm guessing today will be about 4.5 hours. I think we'll be finished at about 1730 or 1800 UTC. I don't know, but that's what I guess. We can continue until 2100 UTC, but I don't think that will happen. So just to be clear, when we get a natural break in about 2 hours, 1 hour, 45 minutes, I'll have a short break, and then we'll go to government hour. And that time is scheduled for the ministers to join us. They're welcome to join us all day, but they know to come at 1500 UTC. And I expect that we'll start with Nigel, probably Nigel Evans. That's down to the Prime Minister to organise the timing on that. And Salvos will join us whenever he's available, probably after that, but he'll let me know. And then we'll just break in briefly to meet him, and so that those who have not met him before can meet him. In the case of Nigel and Salvos, Parliament has the authority and actually the duty to decide whether to approve those appointments. You have received in the documents the curriculum vitae, the CV of Nigel, and a summary of Salvos's contribution to. I've known them for a long time, but that's not relevant. It's what you need to, it's for you to decide. Great, thank you. Okay, so unless there are any questions on any of that, what I'd like to do is talk about protocols. This is a new process. For the next two items, as a result of my conversations with the head of nation, Dr. Asher Bailey, 2 weeks ago, we realized that we can speed things up. Not everything needs to be legislation. I live in a country where, in my opinion, there's too much legislation. I don't want Asgardia to make the same mistake. How can anyone know the thousands of rules that we're meant to follow? It's just impossible. So the minimum number of rules to get the nation working, and with the assumption of reasonable people who make fair choices, that makes Asgardia a light touch regulatory nation. But we do need information, we need guidance. So the information on how to do things and guidance and what our standards are, and that's where the protocols come in. The Asgardia Opportunities Protocol, which John Fine will explain on behalf of Alexander Melnikoff, and also the Digital Content Authorization Protocol, is therefore an experiment to see if we can, in today's session, put together terms of reference which we can then use. They're not legally binding, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. I think that assuming you have to force everybody by law to do the right thing is a pessimistic attitude towards human beings. Most humans, in most situations, will try to do the right thing. So let's see how the protocols develop. If you vote yes for these, then these will be the first two protocols that we have created in this way. But it does mean that we can get things through in one session very quickly. Remember that to get to third reading at the moment, you have to do first reading, second reading, third reading. That's 9 months. That's 9 months. Here, we can get things through in 2 months, really. It takes about 2 months, I think, for the protocols to go forward. Also, if we need legislation, then we can, of course, turn those protocols into legislative acts. We can do that. It's not closed as an option. But maybe the light touch means that we'll have a better way of doing things because we're trusting people to do the right thing. One last thought on this. If you're on a spaceship heading towards Pluto, it's very hard to enforce laws from Earth or from the moon or somewhere. Very hard for me as the chair of Parliament to make as Guardian members of Parliament who are billions of kilometers away do things because it's a law. Therefore, I believe it's much more realistic to have protocols and trust in the good judgment of our spacefaring future Asgardians, maybe some here as well, and some watching on television, to do the right thing. So they will then say, well, what's the advice? What did the Asgardia think is the right thing to do in this situation? It's a bit like being a parent. You don't introduce laws in your household. You try to give good advice to your children. And in the same way, I think we can give good advice to Asgardians to do the right thing. My last thought, and this is a philosophical one, I wish the whole world worked like this, because then you do not end up in litigation and legal cases all the time, because people assume that they're being treated as adults and they grow up acting as adults. There's a word which I'll say in English and then I'll say it in a simpler way: infantilization. What that means is, if you treat people like children, they'll act like children. If you treat people like adults, they're more likely to act like adults. So the protocols are an experiment to say, we are adults and we want to do the right thing. So that's what I have in mind with the protocols. And a big thank you to the Prime Minister and also the Head of Nation and Administration for the conversation that led to this innovative idea. In a moment, we're going to go to talk about the Asgardia Opportunities Protocol. Before we do that, John?
Yeah, well, I just had a question because, this is new and I'm sure others have the same question. Because we really haven't established a protocol or a procedure on the protocol. So how would we, what are we looking at as far as how we initiate it? Are we going to still do a first reading, or can it go to the LMRG right away and then be read during a parliament session?
Yeah, my suggestion is that it's a one-stop shop where the LMRG will have a look at the protocol and it will come to one sitting. If it needs to be changed a lot, it can come back again. But if it looks good, then if it's close to correct, my feeling would be we would pass it with notes, with guidelines. Because it's not a legally binding document, it means we can say, change section 4, but we pass it anyway because it's close enough. There's a phrase which I think is very important. Perfection is the enemy of the good. It means that if you want something to be perfect, you'll never get there. If it's good enough, then that's great. I'm a good driver. Pardon? I'm a good driver, but
be perfect. I mean, look at I'm kidding.
Apart from you, John. That's why it's absolutely essential. We have a lot of your genetic material on the moon. Every planet needs a John Fine. In fact, we could have a planet full of John Fines. The legislation would be perfect. So my feeling is that, like, I drive a car, I sometimes hit the curb when I'm parking. Everybody does. That's not perfection, but it's good enough, because I don't do that often. And same goes for this. If we get close enough, then that's great. If we get close enough, that means that we can actually do these protocols and evolve them. That's a nice thing. They're more flexible than legislation. With legislation, you have to come back and do a formal amendment. With protocols, you don't need to do that. So that's my view. Peter.
Thank you, Chairman. LMRG has been a revelation already, and it's in such its early days. And the thought of having them as the one-stop shop does not do anything other than encourage me. I think it's a brilliant idea. I mean, the work that John Fine and his cronies have done is just beyond belief. And we are so lucky, first of all, that you thought about it, Lambert, and secondly, that it is working so very, very well. And the idea of being able to go to them first is so encouraging that I think we should put nothing in the way of that happening.
Thanks, Peter. Peter, who is the chair of the Justice Committee and also Deputy Chair of Parliament. I agree. I would like to take the credit for the LMRG. I can take some of it, maybe a third of the credit, maybe 40% even. But actually, it came from debates with the Prime Minister and John himself and contributions from others. It's just a great idea, though. I think actually has been transformational in terms of the legislative process, so much better. So finishing the answer to John, and I totally agree with what Peter said, finishing the answer to John, I would still leave first readings to come here without going through LMRG. And that's because the first reading is really to test the water, to see if it's a good idea. If the first reading works well, I'd spend a lot of time on the first readings. I actually do talk with John about them informally and others as well. And so when we're doing legislation, first reading, I'd come here first and essentially saying Parliament says, yeah, okay, continue with this. But with protocols, it could go to LMRG first and then come here. And this is one of the judgments that the chair of Parliament will have to make. What's a protocol? What's a piece of legislation? And that requires judgment. But as long as the chair of the Parliament, me and whoever follows me in this job eventually, is intelligent enough to make good judgments and intelligent enough to listen to feedback when those judgments are not good, then I think that we're actually creating an elegant way of speeding things up. Sarah?
So I'm very excited about this. I think it is definitely the right way to go for us to evolve as a parliament. My question, and I believe this is a question that Benedetto was asking in the chat, was so we pass the protocol and then what happens? Like, how do we, because the two protocols and the advanced directive are amazing. So once they pass, they have my support. Once they pass, where do we go from there? How do we enact these so that we can really get the ball rolling and hit the ground running?
The committees need to do that. So we have 12 committees and we have 12 ministries as well. My view is once a protocol has been approved, the committee talks about how to action it. I think it's really important that we get action happening. That's one reason I don't want us to just spend all our time talking about legislation. So if the Asgardia Opportunities Protocol is passed, approved by you, then the committee or maybe two committees will say, okay, what do we do with this now? The question isn't the plan isn't just to put it on a shelf and leave it. So what do we do with this now? How do we convert this into residents and turnover? That's at this stage, that's what I would say. And if that doesn't work, then we can review it. But that's what I'd like to do. I'm determined to make the committees the powerhouse of Asgardia's civic society and something that people aspire to be involved in. I think in 10 or 15 years' time, even 5 years' time, I want people to be able to say, I've just got onto such and such a committee, and people say, oh, that's amazing. I want people to feel proud of being on those committees because they aren't just talking, they're doing. That's how I see it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go into the Asgardia Opportunities Protocol. John and Alexander. I bet you're going to screen share.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. It's so much easier for me to do it in a presentation.
That's no problem at all. That's fine. Great.
Yeah. Yes, and I will again. I want to recognize Alexander Melikov. I'll be doing this presentation for him. So, and it's an honor to do that. All right, let's see if we get the right one. You said opportunities, right? There it is. Oh, I think I need to share a screen first. I was all good to go. But y'all can't see it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we can see it now.
All right, this is the Asgardia Opportunity Protocol. And the sponsor, of course, is Alexander Melikov. This protocol establishes a digital employment platform for civil servant opportunities in Asgardia. The platform will collect data to formulate economic strategies aimed at attracting and retaining residents, enhancing Asgardia's brand, and supporting business opportunities. The objectives include generating new income, creating jobs, fostering patriotism, and strengthening the economy and solar currency. And the pictures that I'm showing are in honor of past physical sittings that we've had in Asgardia since I've been in Parliament, which was the first Parliament and the second Parliament. So enjoy the pictures. The primary goal is to align Asgardia's mission of promoting digital labor, enhancing residency, fostering patriotism, and increasing revenue. The core principles: 1, providing residents with opportunities for digital earnings. 2, strengthening the economic sovereignty of Asgardia. 3, granting unique resident access to global data. 4, generating income for the state and its citizens. And 5, global accessibility through web interfaces and mobile platforms. The articles are 1, purpose; 2, definitions; 3, platform functionality; 4, management and development; 5, considerations; 6, data security and privacy; 7, feedback and improvement mechanisms; and 8, dispute resolution and remedies. The summary of the articles: platform functionality. Residents can apply for various packages categorized into micro, meso, and macro tasks, receiving compensation in Solar, Asgardia's currency. Data security measures. The protocol includes provisions for data encryption, anonymization, access control, regular audits, and compliance with data protection laws to safeguard personal information, sorry, I keep saying. Management oversight. The Ministry of Trade and Commerce will manage the employment platform, ensuring proper funding and integration of information across Asgardia's systems. Feedback mechanisms. The platform will implement user feedback channels to facilitate continuous improvement and quarterly updates on performance and changes. Dispute resolution. The protocol provides for alternative dispute resolution methods and outlines procedures for resolving disputes through mediation and the Asgardia judiciary. In conclusion, the main goal of the Employment Platform project is to align with Asgardia's mission of promoting digital labor, global inclusivity, and economic sustainability. Implementing the platform will help expand residency, retain residents, foster patriotism, increase Asgardia's revenue, and enhance its international presence. And that's it. And I would add that that these micro, macro, meso, and macro packages are only will only be available to residents or citizens, uh, and also it allows Asgardia businesses to also, or NGOs, whatever falls under an Asgardia entity, which is, it could be an NGO, it could be a non, other types of nonprofits, or whatever type of business structure that they are under. As long as they're registered in Asgardia, then they too can apply for some of these packages. Now, who makes up the packages? Well, the chairman said, of course, that can work in committee, or it could also work in ministry. So all 12 ministries can make up their own package, present it, and put it on the platform. And then when someone applies to the package, they get the advantage, and the process is complete. Then they get compensation through with solar. So I think it's a win-win for everybody, win-win for us, win-win for the residents. So yeah, it's a great idea, and I'm glad Alexander came up with it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Ross.
Hello. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely fine. I like your apartment. It's huge.
Thank you. I mean, this is why we join Asgardia, right? For the big bucks, so we can get the penthouse.
That's your smallest room.
That's my, yeah, exactly. This is just a study. It's nothing.
It's a spare room. You're not going to like space very much, Ross.
Yeah, I hear it's quite big on the outside, but the real estate's not so good. Yeah, so I just wanted to quickly chat about about this opportunities proposal or protocol. So firstly, I'm having trouble visualizing what it is. I'll be honest. Can you give me an example? Is it like Fiverr, where the government and the parliament are essentially posting jobs up on there? You use the word packages. What is a package? And how are residents going to interface with this? Is it going to be a website with all of these potential jobs listed on there with a kind of solar reward for each, and then a person who believes they have the relevant skill set accepts the job, and then further to that, I would ask, if there's any provisions to provide opportunities for people to spend their solar, because if you can earn it but you can't spend it, then it's worthless. So I mean, maybe there's an opportunity there to think about, not just setting it up with things that they can get rewarded for, but also potentially things that they can exchange their solar for as well. So yeah, if you could just help paint the picture for me so I could understand, and I'm sure people, viewers might find that useful as well. Thank you.
John, do you want to take that now?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, essentially that's what you're talking about. When I say a package, okay, it's like a contract, basically. It'll come with, and understand, the package is going to be whatever the creators of it want it to be. Okay, so let's say that Asgardia needs some data explored or something, and they want to come up with a package to how that data can be explored, and who they want, the whole process of everything, but they want to outsource it. So they can put that together into a package and put it in put it on the platform, and people that are qualified, of course, and I would say that, well, talking for myself, I never apply for stuff that I'm not qualified for. Okay, so if a person applies for it, there may need to be a little process they go through to make sure they're qualified to do it. But I'm not going to do something like that. And or you could put in the package, which they whoever makes the package, if they want the person to have qualifications, like you have to have a CV with such and such on it, then they can do that. Okay, but it'll all be contained within a contract. Okay, and then and that's the package really. Um, is whatever, and that only fits that particular package. So, and that that can really, that's why they call it opportunity, because there's so many different things. Even law, somebody could come up with some type of paralegal thing or whatever that somebody could do. That's or it could be something simple, like a social media post or anything. I mean, it's just
So
so many.
let me just give you an example from my perspective then. I'm the chairman of the Information and Communication Committee. I want somebody to help me with my administration. So obviously someone who's not as good as Linda, but somebody who can help me read my emails and send replies. I create a job or a package, as you call it, and I say I'm looking for somebody who's fluent in English and Russian, who can help manage my digital office. And I post that on this platform and I say, I'll give you 50 solars a month if you fulfill the task. Is that what we're sort of saying, broad strokes?
But that's one area, yes. I mean, there's so many different things they can go into.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the process. I'm not talking about the specific jobs that are going to be listed on there.
That would basically be the process. And I like your ideal that, but that's the great thing about this protocol. It's called the opportunity protocol. So I can certainly see expanding on it, and where they offer them what things they can do with their solar. Now they do make the solar available to us, usually twice a year, sometimes once a year, to where we can convert it to usable euros. And so there is a time that's done where we get to convert our solars to euros, which I've done on several occasions. But but it's only like once a year, twice a year. I think twice a year is the most I've ever done it. But then again, or you can even get Star Shop involved and say, Star Shop will give you can use will give you a discount, whatever, and for products in Star Shop along, if you're part of this program and you use your solars to buy from Star Shop and even get a discount. I don't know. There's all kinds of things that, we're not at that point yet, but this is just the beginning. But yeah, there's so many different opportunities, but this here is the gateway to allow that process to start. And
yes, no, I think I get the broader vision.
Okay.
So my takeaway from this is that it is essentially a job listing platform where people will be able to post opportunities, and they will define what that job and what that opportunity is and what the reward for that is. And then someone in the community who is a resident will be able to apply for that job and get paid for it upon completion. Is that correct?
I think job is too much of a restrictive word. I would say opportunity, because when I think of job, I think of
semantics, John. That's semantics.
Yeah. but yes, yeah, they can post an opportunity, because some opportunities are not going to be what you would consider employment. And for me, job
it could be a volunteer opportunity, for example, or
yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, it is semantics, but I'm still American. So,
USA, USA.
I hear the word job. I think I'm going to 9 to 5 somewhere, and oh God, not again. But yeah, okay. But okay, yeah, you got the idea.
Ariadne.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I remember when Chair Ugur Aydin started with that idea. He needs drawing people for some designs, and the initiative was there. Was that what that? He was the beginner. Do you remember that?
Yeah, yes, yeah. Carry on though. Carry on.
No, I don't. But Uger started. He started the digital library. I remember that, and that's still ongoing. Um, I went back and looked at all the previous legislation, and there was nothing that everything that was written that's been that's been recorded in Google. I couldn't find anything to compare to what this legislation or this protocol, but not in the specific terms. But I do remember Uger and for the I believe digital library that was his big, and which is great. It was an awesome idea, which is still ongoing, still being still being created or whatever. But yeah, but I don't remember him having not in the same essence as what this is, but he may have. I just don't remember it. But yeah, okay.
Ricky.
Yeah, the talking about companies in Asgardia. Now, what people need to realize is that not all countries listed in Asgardia are going to be owned by Asgardia. They might be listed in Asgardia, but they're not going to be. They may not be owned by Asgardia. And also, too, these protocols really don't go into effect, from what I can see, effectively until we have recognition, and then once we have recognition, we can get our currency in play on the international market. So I hope that kind of answers a little bit of what Ross was concerned with. I've seen efforts like this before. People that they're all over the world, but they're working on a project, whether it be industrial or producing some sort of widget, what have you, on CAD machines, and then have someone else produce it, things like that. So yeah, there are things out there like that. But like I said, I hope the other kind of explained a little bit for Ross that a lot of this won't go into effect until after we have recognition. That's all.
Thank you very much indeed, John. Anything to say?
Yeah, well, and I agree, especially when it comes to the mezzo and the macro part of it. But we can definitely do the micro opportunities right now. I mean, and it doesn't have to be anything. Anybody could come up with a little opportunity that an Asgardia can do to earn solar. And this is also a good way that they can earn their resident fee. And if they want to come up, somebody wants to come up, a minister has something that they need done, or a committee needs something done, or the act that or the protocol that I'm getting ready to introduce after this one is one of those micro opportunities that it creates already a micro opportunity, and it deals with social media, but that can be done through the Asgardia media team and promotional content, basically. So, but then again, you could have science. Like I said, there could be a study. You could get Asgardians involved in the study and offer them a little bit. I'm not talking a lot. We're talking about a little bit of solar to do the study. We're getting ready to do have Florence come on about the artificial gravity, and Florence could like create a package for a study for certain things and put that together, put it on the platform, and people you know put their name in the hat to help with the study. Or it could be something like an intern for legislation, where you put a package together for a team of interns to research legislative work for you or something. Parliament could do that, and you pay each intern 10 solars to do that. Whatever that we could do little micro packages like that. And of course, if we do it through Parliament, everybody in Parliament is going to have to pitch in to pay for that, which is not a problem, I don't think. I don't mind throwing in 10 solars here and there. But the thing is it makes that circle, the way an economy is supposed to work, it makes that circle start working like it's supposed to. It gets that flow going. And it might start out slow, but if you keep it going, then eventually it becomes something that you're very proud of and considerably helping Asgardia. So yeah, anyway, that's it.
Thanks, John. Sarah? On mute.
Sorry, look, I got all excited and forgot to unmute.
No problem.
First of all, the Asgardian Opportunities Protocol and the Asgardian Digital Content Authorization Protocol really go together. And I think many of the questions and the comments that we are having now will be answered with the reading of the next protocol. But to that end, I respectfully don't believe that we need to wait until Asgardia gets recognized to do any of these. I think that the beauty of this protocol is that it gives each committee and each ministry a launching board to really start generating interest, start generating residents, and start generating participation now. I mean, this is really what we need. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And I think many of us are done waiting. And I think there's many residents of countries around the world who are done waiting because they've been looking for a platform to get involved in Asgardia, and this could be it. So I think this could be really whatever we make of it. I mean, yes, we could do jobs. When I first read it, I envisioned really like a P2E or like a play to earn type gaming, or just anything where we can involve cryptocurrency. The solar, which of course is blockchain technology, but really anything that we envision, as long as it follows within the parameters of the protocol, I think is something that we should investigate, and is something that we should start doing. I mean, the Finance Committee for months has been researching ways to really just not only utilize the solar, but really to create revenue for Asgardia. And I mean, that's what we've been talking about since the beginning of the second parliament. So guys, sky's the limit. Like, Alexander has brought us 2 amazing protocols. John took the idea and ran with it and just made an amazing opportunity, and the LMRJ, sorry, made 2 amazing opportunities for us. So please don't wait. I may be way out of line, and I'm certain I will hear about it as soon as the sitting is over if I am. But guys, we could do anything with this. So please, please, please do what we can to get people involved and like use your imagination. All of us have expertise. Let's make this happen.
Thanks, Sarah, for that motivational contribution. Ross?
I just want to be clear that I do like the idea. I do think it is a very interesting way to start generating activity in the community. Obviously, we've talked a lot in the past about residents wanting to be involved and not necessarily being able to find a way to be involved. And I do think that once this is live and running, this will be what we need to generate that activity within the community. So I do fully support it. I hope that my comments weren't taken negatively. I just want to know more about it so I could more easily visualize what the goal was. So yeah, I do think it's very good and I will be supporting it.
Don't be bullied by Sarah. I'm only joking. I'm only joking. Anybody else? Okay, thanks. Then, if you agree with this protocol, and we'll more or less agree with it, please vote yes. If you don't, then vote no. If you don't know, then still vote, but abstain. John, it's a very good time for us to go to the second one because they are connected. Do you want to go to the digital content authorization protocol? Over to you, John.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, hold on. Let me get out of this screen. There we go. All right. And when I'm reading the comments in the I wanted to answer the comments. I was reading the comments in the comment section. Now, this is not really barter, okay? We're talking about creating an actual contract or package where the person is applying to do a specific thing or a specific opportunity. Solar is a currency. It's Asgardia's currency. We have voted into law as a currency. And so they will get paid in Solar. And that currency is used in Asgardia. We use Solar to pay our resident fee. And but in the comments that I was reading, it did remind me of what Ariana was saying that on where anyway, about what she was talking about earlier. And yes, that he did the person you were talking about. I can't think of his name right now. Anyway, Uger, he did some barter, or he sold some books. I think that's what you were talking about. Now that was a great thing that he did, and he got it started trying to get people to buy for his book on there. And in a way, it's very similar to what we're trying to create here. But here we're actually trying to put it into a bona fide contract and put it on a platform where people actually, Asgardians, not people, excuse me, I need to correct myself there. Asgardians apply for it and then fulfill the contract and then get compensation for that. That's what we're trying to create here. So that actually is creating, like, it could be employment opportunity, it could be gaming opportunity, it could be, there's just so many different opportunities because we have 12 ministries, and each ministry represents a different segment of Asgardia, and we have 12 committees. So there's just so many opportunities there. I can't even begin to name them all. So yeah, I think it's a great idea. But anyway, let's go with the next one here. Get that comment out. Share screen. Okay, so wrong one.
We see it.
Okay. All right, this is the Asgardia Digital Content Authorization Protocol. Again, I'll be presenting this on behalf of Alexander Melancholy. This protocol aims to stimulate the activity of Asgardia's residents in creating and promoting digital content that aligns with the goals, philosophy, and projects of Asgardia. The goal of the program is to increase residency retention and patriotism. The national currency, Solar, will be used as a means of motivation and compensation. Core principles. 1. Encouraging digital activity and self-actualization among residents. 2. Involving residents in the nation's development. 3. Enhancing Asgardia's online presence and brand. 4. Implementing micro rewards for social actions and civil servant works programs. 5. Improving residency retention of residents, and Asgardian patriotism. The articles. 1. Purpose. 2. Definitions. 3. Overview. 4. Program implementation. 5. Program feedback. 6. Program tracking. 7. Effective date. 8. Dispute resolution and remedies. And again, the pictures on the side there are pictures from physical sessions that we've had in the past, so enjoy them. Summary of articles. Purpose of the protocol. Establishes a national program to reward Asgardians for creating promotional content aligned with Asgardia's brand. Core principles. Focus on encouraging digital activity, enhancing online presence, and improving residency and patriotism among Asgardians. Program implementation. Involves clear objectives, guidelines, and incentives for Asgardians to produce quality promotional content supported by necessary tools and resources. Feedback mechanism. A platform will be created for residents to provide input on the reward system, including regular surveys and transparent reporting of feedback outcomes. Tracking system. Software will be implemented to monitor the performance of shared content with regular program reviews to assess effectiveness and make necessary adjustments. Effective date and dispute resolution. The act takes effect, or the protocol would take effect immediately upon approval and outlines procedures for resolving disputes through alternative dispute resolution principles.
I have a dispute about the use of that picture.
No, that's one of my favorites.
All right, objection sustained.
Okay. In conclusion, the Asgardia Digital Content Authorization Protocol represents a significant step towards fostering a vibrant digital community within Asgardia by incentivizing the creation and promotion of digital content. This act aims to enhance national pride, increase residency and retention, and strengthen the online presence of Asgardia. The implementation of a reward system using the national currency, Solar, ensures that residents are motivated and compensated for their contributions. The protocol also emphasizes the importance of feedback and tracking mechanisms to continuously improve the program and ensure its effectiveness. With the immediate effect of this protocol, Asgardia is poised to create a dynamic and engaged digital micro-universe where every resident plays a crucial role in the nation's development and success. And that is it. So this protocol is one opportunity of many opportunities that could exist. This one deals with digital content, basically promotional content, and that the protocol itself goes over how that process will work, all the different ins and outs of it, and then eventually, once all the processes are met, the resident will get compensated for their digital content. So say like I create a movie and to promote Asgardia in some sort of way, and I want to enter it into this program. I send it forward to the right people, and they either approve or disapprove, whatever. But if they approve it, it gets sent into the realm of the internet and all the other places, and then it gets tracked and what have you, and then I get compensated for that contribution. So, yeah.
Thank you, John.
Mhm.
You can see that there's overlap in the two protocols. I also think the question that Ross asked, and he did raise his hand a minute ago. You can raise your hand again if you want to come in. I think we need some clarification on what the measurable outcomes will be from these two protocols. What will change? What will be different? What will happen because of these protocols? And that would be work for the relevant committees. Ross.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I do have questions about that, how it's going to work in practice. Who is going to be responsible for? I mean, when we're talking about social content, it's a really big, important topic, because we have spent a long time, years, curating an image and a brand and a tone, and there is a lot to take into account there. And I'm sure, someone who has a background like Ferda would probably agree. We have to take a lot of care about what we do put out onto the internet. So I'd be really interested to see or learn more about who is going to actually be signing this off. We could be in a position where we're getting, in the future, let's say this takes off and everything's going great, we could be getting hundreds of submissions. Firstly, how do we counter things like misinformation? How do we make sure they're not using plagiarized content? How do we make sure that it's on brand, on mission, has the right logos? I mean, it's a lot. I see the potential in it, and I do see it as a great opportunity to start generating more energy and get all the neurons moving. But I think like if there is a committee, or a work group, sorry, put together for this, I would definitely like to be on it.
Oh, the first thing I would do is invite you, of course, to read the entire protocol, and I'm sure they posted it in the proper place. So
yeah, I can't find it. I need Linda to send it to me
all
again.
those answers is in the entire protocol. All I did was a summary. The other thing is I think you think too earthling. Okay, we're dealing with
How
Asgardians,
dare
and
you, sir?
okay. I mean, you've got the weight of the world on your hands, a world that we're trying not to be. So I try not to, and believe it or not, I literally try not to think in Earth terms when I do stuff for Asgardia because we're different, and I recognize that, and not, and the people that are Asgardians, the the are the small group of us that are actually Asgardians. Uh, we're not. We don't. There's a lot of things that you could push over onto that Earth side that you will not find on this side of in the Asgardia residents of Asgardia anyway. So I just ask you to consider that as well. But
No, I absolutely follow that, but
and
I
but
do
the
appreciate
entire
your thinking, John. But
yeah,
we are on
yeah.
Earth, and the people we're trying to impress upon are also on Earth, as
Well,
is the United
it,
Nations.
Well, wait,
You
John.
know,
Wait, John.
yeah, it's not going to
John, hold on,
change.
hold on. Let Ross finish his point. Hold on.
All right.
I do completely agree with your vision and how you're looking forward, but I do think we do need to curate ourselves to communicate with the Earthlings, you know, just to make sure that we have this consistent message and we can attract the people who aren't yet
Right.
as forward thinking.
Right. And but as far as the process or the procedures, I mean, we already have a process and a procedure in place, and this act sort of uh, works off the back of that. And of course, is of course the Asgardia media team, and they're very diligent in how information about Asgardia is presented, and they do a great job. So, and that's in the protocol. And so I don't personally I don't think that's going to be a problem area because they they already do such a good job at it. And believe me, they're very what's the word, picky about what goes online for people to see, and they would be that voting voice or that dissent or that makes that judgment. So according to the protocol, but yeah, and I agree. We need to, that we do have to. We live here on Earth, and we do have to manage in that way. But um, I do also agree that Asgardians, at least the ones that I associate with, I know we don't think in that manner. So, and this is just an opportunity for Asgardians. This is not for anybody outside of Asgardia, but it is a way that we can say, hey, if you become a resident, you can be part of one of these programs. You can get onto this bandwagon, in other words. Uh, and so this is something, and that's something that everybody's been saying forever. We need substance. We need substance. Something that we can say, hey, if you join Asgardia, we have this. And a lot of people say like we don't have enough of that. We don't have enough substance. So these two protocols, I think, would allow us to create substance that people say, yeah, that's interesting. I like that. I think I want to be a part of that. Even though it is right now, it's just in there. But solar, is important. And like I said, solar is our official currency. So, and I agree with you, Ross, that there certainly can be other incentives, and that's actually in the protocol that it can be incentives. Now, it doesn't necessarily, some type of incentive. They can create incentives so that gets paid in solar. So, and that's a broad area. So yeah, and what that is, I don't know. Like I said, this is just opening the door. It'll be up to the committees and the ministries, and really, I mean, even the media team could create a package. The HON could create a package if he wanted to. It's open to anybody in Asgardia to create one of these packages and put it on the platform. And this particular thing, though, is just one segment of an opportunity, which deals with digital content. So if somebody comes up with some digital content that can be used towards our Asgardia media team, they present it to them. If the media team approves, they get compensated for it. That's basically what it is in the protocol. And I think it's a great idea. We're currently not doing that, so why not? It is an opportunity, a way. It won't be very much. It was, like I said, this is a micro package, but it could be a way of compensating Asgardians and giving us some content or substance that we can latch onto and say, yeah, if you become an Asgardian, you can apply for these packages, content packages, whatever. Or you could do this or you could do that. And it's just something that a way of providing that content that other than just creating a nation, which is more than enough for me. That's all I need is create a nation. That has sustained me from the very day that I joined into now. It's just creating a nation. And I don't need any other substance than that. But other people do. So yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks very much. Further.
Teşekkür ederim. Türkçe konuşacağım.
Thanks very much. I'll be speaking Turkish to be able to express myself better. They are all correct, Mr. Uğur. And after our meeting with Uğur, together with the Asgardia Dynamic Project, we have presented those protocols. And in the future, we were expecting that it would be approved by the administration and would be implemented in correct order. And then we can start advancing, because with our previous recommendations, we couldn't get any results. They were hanging out on the air, and with this presentation, we were trying to overcome those obstacles and speed up the process. We also believe that it's going to strengthen the relationship between the government and parliament. I think this is going to be used in order to increase the operationalization of it, and in that sense, it's correct, because this is we already have a couple of projects that is awaiting an answer from the parliament, and they could really demonstrate how the protocols would be working in practice. After the break, maybe we can go back to Uğur to discuss this issue widely. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much indeed. I appreciated the comment. Anybody else before we go? I'll ask John to reply to that in a moment. Anybody else wish to make any points? Benedetto.
Yes. Hello to everyone. My main concern is more the idea of the protocol is a very good idea. I know well the project of Alexander, because we discussed about it and we put it in the app key. But my main concern is how to initiate all this. At one moment, maybe we will need budget, maybe we will need moderation about what we will spread about Asgardia. Maybe we will make a dynamic to reactivate the fact that people will come again in Asgardia. But for me, this is the work of the administration, and we don't see anything from them. We don't have any contact with them. And for that, I don't know how to make a startup of those protocols if we don't have a real administration and an active administration. Thank you.
Well, actually, the administration does quite a lot. One of the appointments that we're making is essentially to administration, which is Salvos Muzakitis. And I think that administration is working well when you can't see it. It's a bit like your car engine. You don't think about the engine until it stops working. But I think maybe the protocols are one way of establishing more clearly the interface between the administration and Parliament. So the question you're asking is a valid one. And it could be that these protocols actually help us answer that, clarify what's going on. But let me go to John. John, do you want to summarize on this, and then we'll move on?
Yeah, I would say that if it's decreed, because in order for this to become law or to become legal in Asgardia, it still has to get decreed by the HON. And if it gets decreed by the HON, then all the administration, everybody falls under that decree. So it will become important to everybody. So I would say the administration would be just involved in it, as much involved in it as Parliament. And I would say that every other section would be as well. They will find their own nick, their own way of, I'm not sure interpretation would be the appropriate word. I did see a comment on in the text where Ricky said that it needs to be put into a legislative framework. It has been. Linda should have posted the original legislation. That has. Oh well, no, you know what? That was done in the first reading, so I will post those for everybody on Slack. The entire document in a legislative framework. So I do apologize to Ross. I thought we had originally provided the entire document. We didn't. We just did a first reading document. I do have the entire document in a legislative framework, even though it's a protocol. I'm going to go in and change it from legislation to protocol, and I'll post that on Slack. I don't think I can get it in here in time. And I always have trouble posting stuff in this Zoom anyway. But, or I can send it to Linda and let her post it in Zoom. I could do that. But I won't have time to change it it'll still say an act instead of protocol.
That's okay. That's not the end of the world.
Okay.
That's fine. But we can, but it's a slight course correction because the change came late. But don't worry.
Right.
I'm not worried about it because protocols are not binding. It's not like writing the legislation.
Right. And as far as, it's like anything else. This right now, what we have right now is a wrinkled shirt. And we're going to have to iron out those wrinkles. But the legislative framework helps do that Ricky suggested, and it helps iron out all the wrinkles. But how people participate in it will actually do more. And this is not only an opportunity for Asgardian, but it's an opportunity for Asgardians. I mean, it's an opportunity for us to, like Sarah said, it's an opportunity to give us the means to actually start producing stuff. And it could be on a micro level, it could be on a meso level, or a macro level. I don't think we'll get to the macro level yet, but who knows? Maybe the HON will decide to do something macro about it. I don't know. Those are all unknowns. But what I do know is this is a door that opens up a world of opportunity. So I ask that everybody support it and vote yes on the protocol. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Ricky.
Yeah, the Contract Act. Would these protocols fall under that? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, they
John?
would. They would be governed by the Contract Act. Yes, because
Okay.
they will be like contracts. Yeah.
Okay. I just asked that so that you could get clarification for other people that may not know about that.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
And depending on what category they fall under, so if they fall under, say, trade and commerce, they'll fall under any act that's been passed into law concerning that. If they fall under security, like somebody wants to come up with some kind of security package, they would fall under probably the Cybersecurity Act, whatever. And all of Asgardia laws apply to everything that we do. But anyway, yeah, okay, that's good. Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate that. Good point.
Thank you. Anybody else before we move on? Okay, thanks, John. We'll hear from you again later. Just to clarify, we have now covered two of the pieces of legislation. Still to come in a moment, this of the sort of two pieces of voting subjects. Still to come, the Asgardia Galactic Prime Directive Convention, where we will be discussing setting up a working group. The Asgardia Tax Act, the Asgardia Competition and Fair Trade Act, and the Asgardia Contracts Act. We're going to talk about the Prime Directive Convention now, and maybe, depending how long that conversation takes, maybe the Tax Act. But I will judge when we break so that we can start the government hour at approximately 3 p.m. Sorry, 3 p.m., 1500 UTC. So let's go to further now. And this is really exciting to me. Having spoken with the head of nation, it's quite clear that we could be the world leaders on this Prime Directive, which looks good. How much better if we can actually be seen and recognized as being the people who bring the world's experts together in order to create the best preparation we can for when we finally meet life from elsewhere. John?
Yes, I have a promotional video I'd like to do before she presents her act.
That's great. We're going to do that in a moment. So just
okay.
To clarify, this is a very comprehensive piece of work. And as I said yesterday, I think this could put us in center stage on one of the most important interactions the human race could ever have. It'll raise questions, it'll answer questions. But the more we prepare for it, we won't get this right because we can't predict what we're going to meet. So we may not get this right, but we'll get it more right if we try. And I think that getting Earth to think about its place in a cosmos which has other sentient life, which I guess we have to assume is possible as well as non-sentient life, is a very good exercise in terms of understanding what Asgardia is trying to do by reaching for the stars. So over to you, John, and then to further. Can't hear anything, John. You're muted, John. Going backwards now.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I couldn't take it off mute without unsharing.
Try again.
Okay, can you see it?
We can see in honor of the Prime Directive Act.
Okay, here we go.
In honor of the Prime Directive Act, let us enter into a world of possibilities where humans...
You're from outer space.
No, I'm from Iowa. I only work in outer space.
Welcome aboard.
Everybody ready to make some history?
Let's punch it.
Wow. Amidst the stars of our own galaxy,
We have chosen the greatest adventure of all time.
Warp 1, engage!
We must surrender.
I don't believe in a no-win scenario.
Full power now, son.
Not gonna make it, are we?
You really have gone where no man's gone before.
Actually, I tend to think of this ship as home.
You're all astronauts on some kind of Star Trek. We've been through death and life together.
What we leave behind is not as important as how we live. My friends,
Live long and prosper.
And even if this future is unknown, what we do today could...
first contact. We never know what we will face when we open the door on a new world.
Thousands of solar systems are out there.
The mission of the Enterprise is to seek out and contact alien life.
We desperately want to know others and to be known.
This is an opportunity to establish a destiny of your own.
We get to reach for the stars. We get to reach for each other.
Until one day it happens, we make first contact.
My God. They're really from another world.
And they're going to want to meet the man that flew that warp ship.
Live long and prosper. Thanks.
Thank you for supporting the Prime Directive Act.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, I like to give credit to Gene Roddenberry and Star Trek for those wonderful clips and all the Star Trek saga. Thank you.
Nice work, John. And I think we realize from what you've shown us the extent to which this will be the greatest moment in human history. That's one reason why Hollywood is so obsessed with it. I have no idea what other life will be like. I had a long conversation, 2-hour conversation with somebody yesterday about this and other matters. And I just remind you of one interesting point. Somebody who I spoke to said that he believed that the probability of life beginning at all is so remote, it's so rare, that in his view, it takes the might and life of the entire universe to have made it happen just one time. And he believes that all of life is connected in the universe. It's possible, therefore, that we would find that actually our DNA is similar. There's a whole lot to talk about, and that's why I think this working group proposal is one of the most inspirational concepts ever to have come from Asgardia. And again, the summit I had with the head of nation was instrumental in causing that to occur. Over to Ferda.
Çok teşekkür ederim öncelikle John'un
Thanks very much,
sunumundan
first
dolayı.
of all, for John's presentation. John made a brilliant work, and you can see the efforts he made. I'm really impressed, as always, by John's work.
Zaten John ve Carl çok daha fazla aktifti. Ben
John was really active in the second stage of study. Together with Carl and John, once I created a framework, they were really interested and they really dove into this. And we really did very good brainstorming meetings in foreign affairs. And then we wrote it, and it is now ready even for the third reading. This is the enthusiasm we have, and I would like to thank very much for their efforts to John and Carl. Now I would like to share my screen, if you allow me.
Pardon.
Of course, yeah.
Sorry. First of all, I need to get my screen ready.
Sizle konuşurken başka iş
While
şimdi oldu.
I was talking to you, I couldn't do it. Now, yes, it is. It must be ready.
Just while Ferda is preparing, I'm told by Rebecca that the Asgardian language version of Live Long and Prosper is pronounced ELAP, apparently. And so thank you. I didn't know we had that word. ELAP. You learn something new every day. This is a very good video, John. And interestingly, as I watch it, I realize a comment which is made in the film Contact, written from a book written by the late Carl Sagan. And the extraterrestrial says, "You humans feel so alone." I think that's true. We live in our little corner of suburbs of the galaxy, the Milky Way, wondering who else is out there. And won't it be exciting? I think it'll be good when we meet others. I don't believe that a civilization that can reach out across light years would like war, because it would have destroyed itself. In the thousands of years its civilization would need to exist to make those enormous journeys. How's it looking, Ferda? Is it working? Just while Ferda's doing that, after this item, I will break, and then we will go to the government tower. And I'll aim to do that in about 20 minutes, just over 20 minutes, but we'll see. Then we can break this session and come back if we need to go longer on it. And what we're considering here is one of the most energizing subjects that Asgardia has ever discussed, I think. And we can make a serious job of what Hollywood treats as entertainment. So there we have it. Did you put that together yourself, John? The video? You have a future in broadcasting. A couple of other things. Oh, here we are. Okay. Everything else.
Gecikme için çok özür dilerim. Çok fazla sayfa açıyoruz toplantı
I'm really sorry for the delay.
No
As you
worries.
can assume, we have to, start a new documentation and we have to look through lots of folders and files. So unfortunately, I lost that file. So together with Carl, we created this presentation. I want to thank him so much. we have to always remember his support and efforts. So in our previous discussions with the ALF sessions, we checked through actually the details of this draft, and I want to thank once again John for weaving the video. So let me just give you some ideas about this part.
Recognizing its responsibility as humanity first space station and the significance of potential contact with extraterrestrial life establishes this prime directive act to ensure technical interactions with the extraterrestrial life forms and celestial bodies. As humanity ventures into the cosmos, we commit to protecting the space environments and the natural development of life, preserving its cultural evolution and fostering peaceful coexistence. This act affirms our dedication to ethical space exploration, responsible scientific advancement, and the principle of non-interference while providing guidelines for necessary contact. Asgardia aims to set a precedent for responsible interstellar relations and lead in the ethical space exploration, promoting harmony, humanity's cosmic exploration. Bu slide çok önemliydi.
Well, this slide is particularly important because it's the preamble and it gives the essence of the law. And the previous points have been actually presented before. So what we do actually right now is to show whole humanity that we are not actually ready for what is yet to come. I mean, if you see an alien, I don't think that we are right now, able to or ready to understand each other. So I firmly believe that we have to have this technology, and we need to have a certain infrastructure so that we are ready when that day comes. So that's why we basically took those ideas into the body of this law. But of course, there are other points, so we should not be having just one vision, but we have to look at other perspectives as well. Of course, there is no promise that we will once meet an alien or extraterrestrial life, but once we do that, we don't have yet the technology to understand or comprehend. So that's why we need a certain platform, as a certain framework, so that we can build that technology upon. Of course, we need to have scientific standards. We need to create certain, pathways for the future generations. Of course, we need a systematic classification, and we need certain, kind of sustainability for achievements. And in our previous also presentations, I have already shown certain parts of these articles. As far as I remember, we have had 3 sessions of ALF sessions. So once again, I would like to thank for all the contribution from our colleagues. So if there is any discussion, if there is any comment that you would like to make, I will be very happy to answer and discuss with you. Of course, once we have the working group, there will be lots of things to do. I mean, and the idea that this came out of our International Relations Committee is also something nice for us. It's like a source of pride for us. And so if we can, as I said before, comprehend what we should do once we meet the extraterrestrial life, then we will be quite ready when that day comes. So I'm quite excited, and I have also read the purpose once before, so I can repeat it if you like.
No real need to go through every detail because we have covered it before. Just the main points, really. Thank you. Thank you, Ferda. We have covered. It's a fascinating piece of work, absolutely fascinating, and it's sophisticated. Three thoughts I have, and then I'll open it up for other people's comments. Firstly, AI could be helpful here because it's probable that extraterrestrials will have a language of some sort. AI will help to communicate, I think. It could be mathematics that we begin with, because mathematics does not change, or physics does not change. At least we don't think it does. Of course, they might have a better understanding than us. Imagine if we are Newtonian physics and they were at the quantum level, so that might not even be right. But I think AI will help. Secondly, I've got to believe that they will come in peace. Because frankly, if they don't, then we're finished. If an alien civilization is capable of coming here, then they're capable of doing just about anything. And for now, we would be vulnerable. So I've got to believe that there's no point in trying to defend ourselves. We should be trying to reach out. And the third and the last thing I'll say is Asgardia can lead this thinking globally. Asgardia can make its name, possibly with a global convention of some sort, where we work out the best guess that we can make on how we would do this. I think that would be fascinating. And also then we leave a legacy for all time, really, because if we get it right, then the human race is more likely to get it right. So we'll go to John and Ariadne. John.
Yes, well, I can say that certainly when Ferda first brought this up many moons ago, I got excited. I got excited because I've always been, ever since I was 5 years old, I've been a really big fan of space. Outer space has always fascinated me. Even as a 5-year-old, I used to travel to outer space in my make-believe world, in my make-believe spaceships. So here I am in the later years of my life, and for the first time in human history, somebody is creating an interstellar or intergalactic law that not only involves terrestrial entities like humans, but extraterrestrial as well, of the unknown, and not only just a species, but the other planetary bodies and all of the other things that is out there to be explored in space. And of course, we only know a small fraction of those things. And like Lambert said earlier, it's a really big space. It just goes on and on and on, and it seems to never end. And so the thought, as a Christian, we say, well, if God only put humans in space, then it seems like an awful big waste of space. So, because there's so much of it. But anyway, so I really enjoyed working with Ferda and Carl on this. Carl has done such great work. Ferda's done such great work. I would say that they really did a great job fleshing out the framework of this. And then I came in with the LMRG to help them spruce it up a bit, and we even got the Minister of Justice got his input on it as well, and a few others. So it's been a really joy. So I definitely hope this goes forward. I hope everybody gives their support. Also, Lambert, I wanted to tell you that I did share those full documents for the Opportunity Protocol and the Digital Content Protocol to Linda. So if she wants to share them here on Zoom. That's great. I can't share them on Zoom because for some reason it doesn't work like it's supposed to every time I try. But I did share. I sent those to her.
Thank you, John. And in future, we will share all the documents for the ALS, Asgardia Letter to the Forums beforehand. It seems like a very good way to develop the protocols, I think. So thank you, John. And I share your enthusiasm for the great blue yonder, or great black yonder. Ariadne.
Bien, hoy sí hablo en español.
Yes, I'm going to speak Spanish today.
Es muy interesante lo
I think it's really interesting what John did because starting with movies, it's how we have nourished our minds and the imaginary of the collective to recreate what probably is out there. And maybe if it's true that what we create our reality with our thoughts, maybe we are going far away from what we are going to find in the future if we are the co-creators of what we imagine, of what it's out there. The last news that I shared a few moments ago is from those 26 microorganisms that were found in a spaceship. I think it's the first encounter with the extraterrestrial beings. Those are bacteria unknown to us, and maybe we have to find them with stronger suits because we don't know if they are bad for our health. And that is the first contact with the extraterrestrial that has been found with in a spaceship. The most interesting thing with this story is that if we speak how Lemby was mentioning on how we communicate, there's a notion very old that is called the Symphony of the Spheres. Every time we go around the sun, every planet emits a specific sound. Maybe that's the music, or the music is the first contact with the extraterrestrial. I don't know. Maybe imagining that it sounds better. So congratulations, Verda. Congratulations, John. So we have hope with what's coming next. Welcome, Luca. He said that his father is sick with Alzheimer's, so I am very glad that he's here with us. So thank you, Luca, and thank you all.
Thank you, Ariadne. Let me say two things. My late father, who was a nuclear physicist, he said he thought that music was the only perfection in the universe. And the other thing is, we may already have had first contact. We may not even know it. It's possible, I think probable, that some biological life has been found in meteorite, which landed from Mars some time ago. But the point is, we have never had a global convention on this. There's an open door for us. Luca, good to see you.
Hello, Chair. Hello, everyone, and thank you for this. And I apologize because I haven't had a lot of time recently for going through all the documents that Ferda Shirley has produced. And also, I apologize because I'm intermittently on and off. As Adriana said, I'm visiting my family, and there are some health issues, and I need to take care of them a little bit these days. So apologies if I might not be, for example, present tomorrow at for the session, for the chair, the committee report. Ariadne will take care of that. But just this is a very interesting topic to me, as you can imagine, and I think I will be very happy to participate if I can. as I wrote in the chat. One of the things that it's most interesting to me, is maybe not necessarily the possibility of a contact with a very intelligent form of life, but as Lambert was mentioning, or Ariadne, what happens when we meet a form of life that we barely recognize as a form of life? So I think this is crucial, because it's of course extremely important to behave in a way that doesn't jeopardize a possibility for development of forms of life in the universe. And yeah, so I think, and not necessarily us, the external life coming to us, but also us going somewhere where we do find traces of life. Imagine some, moons of Jupiter or something where there are environments that might, in principle, host some primitive form of life. So yeah, I think it's very exciting to participate into that. It would be very exciting to me, especially if I don't know if you plan to do that. If you do, I totally agree. If you don't, I might suggest that we also consider that aspect of how to deal with forms of life that we might accidentally just destroy or stop their development, or even just consider the risk that some of that form of life will destroy our form of life, even if it's in a very early stage of development in the long term. So, I mean, it's a very exciting subject, and I'm very glad. I think it's a very nice thing that we do here. So count me in, please, if there's such an effort. Thank you.
Luca, thank you. And it's great to see you. And do what you need, because family must come first. Always does. It's possible that my children may get involved later on, because they might start running around, but I know you all know them. So if they do, forgive me. They are more likely to live in space than me. I'll visit. They could live there. John.
Yes, good to see you, Luca, as always. And you bring up a very good point, that the framework that we developed does allow for that. Of course, it covers the biological, the environmental, the first contact, if and all the different areas that we could think of, we put into the framework. Even preserving a planetary body, that how we go about approaching that planetary body, and all the different things that you could possibly think of, that would, because I, for one, don't believe that we have the right to go into outer space and just junk it up and do as we please. I think that we should treat outer space with respect. It's been there a lot longer than we have, and I think we should give it that respect. And so we try to employ that type of respect into the legislation when we put it together. And I look forward to bringing other groups in to flesh this thing out and expand on what we've already created. So I think the HON had a glorious vision, and this could definitely give Asgardia some outstanding recognition to bring these teams in and do this convention, as Chair of Parliament said. I think it's glorious. I think and it should have been done, but I think I think what we've come up with is probably the most comprehensive way of doing it that anybody's come up with yet. But we did expand upon methods that have already been created with the Outer Space Treaty and other documents that have been shared by various governments and whatnot, United Nations, etc. So, and all the heart of those documents are in ours as well. So, I think that the space community, I guess you could say, would be very. I hope that they're very receptive of this this working group, and and I hope all this, and I certainly ask for support of all Asgardians. Thank you.
Thank you. Last word to Ferda, and then we'll have a break, and then we go to the government tower. Ferda.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank
Kesinlikle
you very
cana
much once again. I completely agree with John Fine.
Fine.
Yes, the discussions have always been positive, and as you have also pointed out, if we can act in a responsible way, then no matter how big step we take, and no matter how small it is going to be for extraterrestrial life, it is going to be extremely significant for the whole universe. So I firmly believe in the actions that we're going to be taking from now on as the Parliament, as the working group, and I would like to thank once again everyone for their contribution.
Thank you for that concise summary. Very, very pleased that it's gone so well. And if you agree with the idea of having a working group, which I hope will create a convention, a global convention, physical global convention, then please vote yes. If you disagree, vote no. If you're not sure, then abstain. But this does put further center stage, and Carl, center stage in an initiative which matters for all mankind and beyond. We get this right, we could be accepted in the galactic community or beyond. If there is other sentient life, I believe there is. Thank you, everybody. So we stop there. We will have a 5-minute break, just 5 minutes. We'll have a longer break a little bit later on after the government tower, but a quick 5-minute break, and then we will go to the government tower with our Prime Minister. And also you'll meet the candidate for the Foreign Affairs Minister, who I think will be on shortly, very shortly, pretty much as soon as we start. Thank you very much. So 5-minute break. And so we'll start at 15:06. And then We are now doing the government tower, where I hand over to Lena, though I will be asking the contributors to ask their questions when we speak to Nigel Evans very shortly. The best thing is that you ask the questions that you have submitted. So I'll be asking Ugo, John, Bach, and Ugo, John, Bach, and Sarah to ask their questions. They submitted the questions as I requested. Please don't really go beyond what you've asked, because the process, which Nigel Evans knows very well because he was a deputy speaker of the House of Commons, it should be the question that you have submitted. I might allow you to have one supplementary, but apart from managing the questions, this is the government's hour. So, Prime Minister, great to see you. We're very excited, very much looking forward to finding who you have identified as a potential foreign minister. So let me hand you over now to the Prime Minister of Asgardia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me well?
5 out of 5.
Excellent, because I am between two devices. One is with video, the other is with audio, so it works. Cool. So hello, everyone. It's great to see you again. As always, it's been, 3 months? So it's great to see that we're all catching up. I'm glad that Jakob could join me today. As you all know, he is a representative, a liaison officer between Parliament and government, but for some good reasons, he could not be following your Thursday sessions lately. I'm aware of that. It's all coordinated between myself and Lambert, so please be assured that all our processes work. And in case Jakob is not available, all the questions and concerns you please address to me via Lambert. So our processes work anyway and allow to maintain good operation. So they are not, they are failure tolerant. They are not dependent on individual non-availability. So I'm very glad today Jakob could join us briefly. And he looks great because he was to his granddaughter's birthday. I'm allowed to say that. Indeed, I have several announcements to make. You already see Nigel in the window, so he will be talking to you shortly. I will be also brief, and I hope to fit in under 1 hour to respect your schedule. So one thing, we have continuous activities in the Ministry of Science. So the Sirius project, the isolation itself, like you know, was completed. We are finalizing publishing the diary on the website asgardia.space, the researcher's diary. So the last couple of items will be published this week. And there will be a book made out of it, the same as it was for the previous isolation experiment. So the book will be compiled out of the diary material, which is already published, and it will be ready, I suppose, in September. There will be a print copy and there will be a PDF on the website, which you can always download and enjoy reading if you wish. Science work continues. So isolation experiments were part of Asgardia's work in the area of space embryology, female reproductive health in isolation, as a precursor to long-term space missions. Now we are also starting engagement in artificial gravity activity. Minister of Science, Professor Dr. Floris Bouts, he, as a researcher, as a scientist, is the head of artificial gravity laboratory in the University of Antwerp, and he's been conducting research over the last 20 years, and he's one of the world top scientists in this domain, with very prominent publications in peer-reviewed journals. So Asgardia entered cooperation with the lab of Professor Bouts. Today, unfortunately, he is traveling. He's been in a conference, and right now he's on the plane, so he could not do it today. So tomorrow we'll do the same as we did for Sirius. You will start your Sunday meeting with a scientific presentation. So Floris and myself, well, myself as a decoration to Floris, only will be joining you tomorrow at the onset of your meeting, and Floris will be presenting to you what is the essence of artificial gravity research and how it is related to what Asgardia needs to do. So please also consider that as part of the government hour contribution. Dan Profir, Minister of Youth and Education, continues with filming podcasts with experts, as we informally call it. It's a video version of Room Magazine because it's where experts talk about the area of expertise, but in a popular language, in a popular talk. You all would have seen Lembit, I hope, by now, talking about Asgardia in this format. Colleagues have met also then at Farnborough, where there was a very interesting discussion. I believe it's been recently published. So once again, I encourage every one of you to watch it. There is a box leading to the landing page of podcasts on asgardia.space. There is a line of blue boxes on the top of the website if you look on the computer. And one of the boxes leads to the landing page from which you can watch all the podcasts. So I encourage you to visit it. I also encourage you to post it on your social media and promote it as much as you can. It's very well done, popular science product. As any new product, it requires promotion for it to be known, and so that general public can benefit from all the goodness and all the expertise which is built into it. As with every new product, it's difficult at the beginning to get the attention it deserves. So it's in your hands, because if every one of you posts it, like on your Facebook and on your LinkedIn or wherever you are present, and maybe even 5 people watch it, we already have multiplied it enormously. So I personally ask each and every one of you yourself to click those links so you're familiar with our product, because it's one of our flagship products in the promotion of Asgardia. And I would please kindly encourage every one of you to share it wherever you find it possible in your social media. And whenever you talk about Asgardia, please mention this. And for the rest, together with Lembit, I had a privilege of meeting Head of Nation in person in Dubai. It was predominantly a discussion in preparation for the upcoming Executives Congress. So there I can tell you, I am pretty much in charge of organizing it in practical terms. So I can assure you that it's ongoing as instructed. So that's taking place, as all of you are informed, I'm sure, those especially who are expected to travel. And now, without any further ado, my most glorious item on the agenda for the government hour today. Nigel, I'm sorry for calling you a glorious item, but I should be calling you, right, Honorable Nigel Evans, the new candidate for the acting Minister of Science. Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs. You all would have seen the very impressive CV. It was shared with you together with my application letter and the request for you to take it in for voting. So I will spare you time. You all would have read it, and you had your chance, as suggested by Lembit, to submit your questions, and Nigel will be answering them in a minute. From my side, I would like to clarify why this time I'm asking for an acting appointment. Nigel has made some very practical working level proposals how to engage with specific actors in the international arena using his existing network and his existing lifetime connections. So this is exactly in line with the vision of the head of nation to achieve bilateral recognitions. So this, in a way, we take it as a project work. It's a very specific task with very specific approach, which Nigel proposes and suggests he takes the lead on it. And clearly he has all the credentials to do that. So the purpose is to make sure that from the very start, he is totally left to working in this specific direction. So I'm safeguarding Nigel from the bureaucracy which accompanies some of our work, and maybe some routines which can be distractive, because of course each of you are a professional in your own day job and you can allocate only so much time to Asgardia. So it's very important at this very stage that Nigel is 100% concentrating on the jumpstart proposal of talking to specific people which come from his own professional experience and his political legacy. So that's just to explain why I'm asking in this particular case to vote for the nomination of the acting Minister of Foreign Affairs. And this would allow for the next few months to focus exclusively on the projects which Nigel brings with him as he joins, or rather rejoins us in Asgardia. He was briefly a parliamentarian in 2018, but then had to leave. And once this term is over, once this pilot project is executed, I expect to be coming back to you in your December session, so 6 months from now, summarizing the results. And I expect to be asking to vote for a permanent nomination. After extensive internal consultations, this seems to be the optimal path. Therefore, I'm presenting to you Right Honorable Mr. Nigel Evans, and I'm asking you to vote as written in your agenda for the nomination for the Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs for till the middle of December, in view that he will be working on specific foreign affairs projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Let me go through the questions which have been submitted. After Nigel may want to say something to you. Welcome, Nigel Evans, former Asgardian Member of Parliament.
Thank you very much.
Say something about yourself. Yes,
it's a delight. I'm in Florida speaking to you at this moment in time. I was a member, as the Prime Minister has said, several years ago, but then I became Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons again, and had to give full focus to that. I left Parliament in 2024. Whilst I was a parliamentarian for 32 years, and during that period of time, I was also president of the all-party parliamentary space group at the House of Commons, and I did that for several years because space just happens to be one of those things that I am more than fascinated by. I've seen a couple of launches at Cape Canaveral, and I also had the crew of Discovery come to London, and I took them over to 10 Downing Street to meet David Cameron, who was Prime Minister during those days. I know one of the astronauts that has been on the space station, Nicole Stott, and she's married to a friend of mine who used to be working at Parliament, and he's got his own satellite company now called Mansat, based ostensibly out of the Isle of Man. So I'm delighted to come back into the organisation. I've got lots more time. I've still got the same amount of energy, but it can be now focused more on, as the Prime Minister was saying, trying to get recognition for Asgardia.
Thank you very much.
The space world is very small. I of course know Nicole Stott, and it was Chris Stott who actually gave me an informal advice to cooperate with the company who launched our first satellite.
Very good.
Thank you. I have questions for you. Let's start with Ugo. I don't know if Ugo is here at the moment, but let me read you his question and message. First of all, I would like to thank Nigel Evans for his commitment to the Asgardian Space Nation. I'd like to ask a short question. If he answers and I cannot be at the meeting, I hope that you, my dear friends, can send me the answer by email. We will send you the reply, Ugo. The question is, the entire Asgardian Parliament and citizens are working with all their might to have the Asgardian nation recognized by other nations. And we are doing this in our own countries. I, as a Turk, am trying to inform everyone about Asgardia. Will you be able to do this in your own country and using your diplomatic powers? In other words, will you be able to bring your government or political acquaintances around the world together with the Asgardian nation on bilateral relations? The next question will be from John Fine, but let's start with that one, Nigel.
Yeah, well, thanks for that question. Is it Luga?
Ugo, Aidan, Ugo, U-G-U-R, Ugo.
Okay, Uta, right.
Ugo, U-G-U-R.
Thanks for that, Ugo, the question. And yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons why I am looking at taking on this acting foreign minister role, is to be able to promote the one goal that we do have, which is to get recognition by countries throughout the world. There's a number of countries out there. I know that other attempts have been made in the past, and we got very close at one stage. There's no reason at all why, with focus, we shouldn't be able to get some success in the future. We've got to just start to look to see where what I would call the low-hanging fruit might be in order to ensure that we get some form of recognition. Now, when I was in Parliament, I used to be chair of the British group of the Interparliamentary Union. I was also a member of the Council of Europe. And so I've made a lot of links over the 32 years. I was also former chair of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association as well at the House of Commons. So I've made a number of links during that period of time. I don't have any diplomatic status within the United Kingdom. In fact, no government ministers do. But I do happen to know a lot of the people who are working at the House of Commons. And I mentioned the IPU, the Interparliamentary Union, earlier on. Well, of course, I know the director of that very well in the United Kingdom, and I've already had chats with him about the possibility of where we take this. And I'm going to just carry on talking to people in order to get the foundations put in place in order to see where we go. We've got to have a time scale for this. We can't just carry on for the next 50 years without making any sort of advancements whatsoever. And so I really do want to give a lot of energy to getting the recognition that we want.
Thank you, Ugo. You will receive that response. John Fine is here. John, do you want to go to your question?
Yes, thank you. First off, I just want to say it is an honor to be talking to you, Nigel. I've followed you in politics and other things for years, and I think you're a great person. So it's just an honor to have you here with us. My question is, Asgardia is steadfast in its pursuit of fostering meaningful global partnerships, uniting visionaries and leaders who can apply their unique insights to shape a brighter, more collaborative future. In light of this, would you be open to exploring a meaningful collaboration and committing to advancing universal cooperation across all facets of Asgardia? If so, I would be eager to hear your vision for forward-thinking incentives you might champion in the role of Foreign Affairs Minister.
Well, John, thank you very much for your kind words right at the very beginning. It's very, very generous of you, I must say. We're all involved in an organization which is basically breaking the mold. Nothing like this has ever happened before. And we've got, over 1 million followers now for Asgardia. You do a Google search and up it comes. And there's plenty of information about what the organization is all about. And I listened to some of the chats that you had earlier on during your parliamentary session. And, who can say now where we're going to go for the future? And we've got to break out of the molds as to what has gone on in the past if we're going to make any advancements whatsoever. I think it's very exciting, the technology advances that have been made over my lifetime. If you consider, John, when I was growing up, we had 2 TV stations in black and white. And now, of course, we have seen colossal advancements. We've seen people walk on the moon. I've shaken hands with Eugene Cernan twice, who stood on the moon. And I think that opening ourselves to all the possibilities as to where we're going to go. I mean, there's only one thing that restricts us, and that's this thing up here, that we don't have the ability to think what can happen for the future. So I don't want to be handcuffed in anything that I might suggest. I want to be quite bold in where we are going to take the mission of Asgardia, which is to have one humanity, one unity together. And so that's what I'll want to do. Using, I guess, the skills that I built up over 32 years, John, and talking to politicians. I mean, some of the things that we are doing may be a bit scary to some of these other countries who think, hello, what's going on here? And it's just simply because the head of nation has had not just the ambition, but the ability to create something that's never been done before, So we'll see where it goes. I want to give it a lot more thought. I want to learn a lot more about the organization, and of course I want to be open to people getting in touch with me with their ideas too, as to how they believe that we can better advance Asgardia for the future.
Thank you for that. Let's move on to Bach Berry's question. I think he was here before. He's not here now. You have answered some of his questions, so I will just ask the new questions. What's your intended strategy to secure Asgardia's status as a recognized state? And just two other parts of it. What are the main practices you intend to transfer to the Asgardian Minister of Foreign Affairs from your experience? And then finally, how do you, well, you've actually covered the question about interparliamentary union, so it's those two questions really. So what's your strategy to get recognition? And and then the second question is, based on your experience, what are the most prominent practices you will use?
Yeah, well, I guess building up on a career of 32 years in Parliament, and as I said, being a former chair of the IPU CPA, and being on the Council of Europe, I have had dialogue. I've led a load of delegations around the world in the 32 years, and received a lot of delegations too, particularly as Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons. And so I guess I've built up an experience of being able to talk to other parliamentarians over that period, and understanding that sometimes things go on where you may not agree or even properly understand why it is that some governments do things in a certain way. But at the end of the day, you have to understand that there is a huge diversity out there, and there is no one fixed thing that says it's got to be done this way. And I think that's actually a strength for Asgardia, where you can actually say things can be done differently. And when you look at the state of some countries around the world, I think doing things differently is not a bad start. What was the first bit, Len?
What's your strategy to get recognition of Asgardia as a nation state?
I think we've got to be realistic as well as ambitious, and we've got to operate within the constraints that are already there. I mean, I have looked at things like the Montevideo Convention, which is 1933, which actually states what it is to become a state. So, and one of it is that we have to have land. So I'm looking at the options that exist around doing just that. And therefore we have to look at countries that will be susceptible to be able to welcome us in. So that's going to take a lot of research. The other thing is that it was suggested to me that perhaps we ought to look at there's one bit of the earth where there is nobody got any claim to it, and that's Antarctica. And I've had a look at the Antarctica Treaty, and that clearly has problems and constraints as well. So, just being able to go in and plant the Asgardia flag on a bit of the earth and say, right, that's it. Please, everybody recognize that it's not going to be that simple. So we've got to operate within the constraints that are already imposed upon us, but look to see where there are opportunities, and then start a discussion with some nations around the world where there may be more open minds. And I understand that there was a lot of advancement made in the past with one particular country. So we shouldn't rule out perhaps looking again at seeing if something can be done there. But there are other parts of the world too where, assuming that Antarctica is ruled out, then that we have to look to see where other areas may be possible. There are a number of organizations out there as well. So it could be a step-by-step approach. I'm going to use the Interparliamentary Union as an example, because there are other organizations that get representation on that body. They have when I was chair there. They had a conference in Geneva within the first 6 months, and then in the second 6 months of the year, they go somewhere else around the world. And I always used to have a look at some of the desks to see who was there having representation, and it wasn't only just countries. So I think this may be an opportunity for us to get our voice heard on an international forum, which has not been done before. So I'm looking very carefully at that, and I shall be having discussions with the director of the IPU in the United Kingdom to see what the options are for us to do that.
Thank you very much. The last two questions are from Ariadne and then from Sarah. But Ariadne, you are next. And I guess you'll be in Spanish.
Bien, me siento muy contenta de
I'm
contar
very
con
happy
Nigel Evans en
to
esta
count with
posición,
Nigel in this
porque
position
la diplomacia es algo
because
muy especial,
diplomacy
sobre
is
todo en
something
un
very
mundo
special,
que ha
especially in a world
preferido la guerra a la paz,
that
que ha
prefers wars
preferido
to peace,
desunir a unir,
that
que
prefers
Asgardia ponga
to separate, to
el toque
then to
mágico, como él
unite.
lo menciona hace un momento,
And Asgardia has a magical touch, as he mentioned,
fabuloso.
and breaking the mold is something fabulous.
Bilaterales,
His participation in bilateral
currículum que
meetings,
leí de Nigel, en el
his
que me
curriculum
sorprende todas las
is just
relaciones que ha
amazing and
creado en el
surprising.
mundo y la responsabilidad
All the connections
internacional
he has
que le está dando
created and
Asgardia en
the
el momento en que él
international
decide
recognition that
representar a
he
Asgardia
will give
en ese mundo
Asgardia
convulso.
in
Yo no
this
hice preguntas, yo hice una
difficult
reflexión
world.
y la reflexión es esa.
I didn't ask
Señor
any
Nigel,
questions. I
el
just
papel es
made a
es
reflection.
muy contundente. Y usted,
I think
con
his
sus
role is
palabras, con lo
very
que
big
nos ha dicho
and
hoy,
will have a great
realmente
impact.
siento que
And I
tiene
think
la
his words
fortaleza
and
para
what he has
lograrlo.
said to us
Así que
today
le
will give us
entrego
the
mi energía
strength to
positiva
achieve it.
para que lo que
So
considera
I
que pueda hacer
just send
lo
him my
haga. Muchas
positive
gracias.
energy so that he can achieve all the things that he has said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ariadne. That's very kind of you. I welcome your words. And yes, looking at the history of the world to date, there's let's just your words absolutely resonate with me. There does seem to be some people who are just more intent on division and war rather than bringing the world together, looking at what unites rather than what divides. And I think we do need change in the world. We absolutely do. In order to bring everybody together. So I'm very, very grateful for what you have said. Thank you.
And the final question is from Sarah. Before we go to Sarah, just further very briefly, just as a supplementary, because I know you know Ugo. Further, and then finally Sarah, and then back to the Prime Minister. Further.
I'm very glad to see you here. I was expecting a minister for a long time, and I like to work with you with long hours. If you need any assistance, I will be happy to help you for any topic. And I'm, as you know, the committee chair of the Foreign Affairs, so Parliament and government has to have a good relation. So I will be glad to help you for anything.
Where do you live?
Congratulations.
Where do you live?
In Istanbul, Turkey, but
Oh, fantastic.
Zoom and anything else, I'm good at internet, so there's no problem about it.
Well, Istanbul just happens to be one of my favorite cities in the entire world.
Whenever you come, I will be glad to host you as a guest.
Yeah, well, that's very kind. When I was on the Council of Europe, of course, I worked very closely with Mevlet, who was the president of the organization, and then he later became foreign minister of Turkey. And I met him in Dubai one year. No, in Doha, sorry, at the conference that the Qataris hold every year. And Mevlet came to be interviewed, and I renewed my acquaintance with him. So absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much.
He'll have an apartment in Kadikoy before you know it. Further. Now, the final question we have is from Sarah, Chair of Finance.
First and foremost, thank you so very much for being here today. The depth, breadth, and largesse of your experiences are truly exciting, and I'm sure they will propel Asgardia forward in ways that many of us can't even fathom. So thank you for being here. My question is, what is your anticipated timetable for achieving recognition for Asgardia as a sovereign state?
Yeah, thanks for that, Sarah. And I know the organization has been going for many years now, and I guess my appointment into the position that I have is being done with one task more than anything else. I know I've heard people say things like, "Oh, why don't we have some embassies around the world?" And I think, as far as I'm concerned, each and every one of the people who are intimately involved in this organization are ambassadors themselves for Asgardia. We all are. We're all ambassadors in our own way when we talk to people about what it is that makes us to want to get involved with this exciting organization. Having a timetable is always good, and therefore I'm looking towards the end of next year. We're already almost halfway through this year now, and I think I really do need to give myself some sort of timetable myself in order to say, right, I've got to do things by when. Otherwise, it'll just string out for longer and longer and longer. So I want to give some focus to my work in Asgardia and to try and deliver for us during that period. So I'm looking towards the end of 2026 as being the time when I want to come forward with some real results, which is what we all want.
Thank you very much. Those conclude the questions. Nigel, last words to you, and then we hand back to the Prime Minister in terms of what you want to say.
That's very kind. I'm just excited about getting involved with this organization completely. When I was an MP, I once said to one of my researchers, and I've got a bet with him that I will stand on the moon. The bet is a bottle of champagne, and I don't want to lose that bet. I like champagne, so but also I want to stand on the moon. And while I've still got breath in my body, I've still got ambition to do things and to achieve things. I've already made my mind up that I don't want to go back. I've told the chairman of my local association that I wasn't going to contest the Ribble Valley again. I was wondering, why would I want to go back into doing something that I've done when I can go on and do something that I've never done before? And Asgardia just happens to be part of that. And I'm really excited to be involved with the parliamentarians that we've just heard from, also yourself, Lembit, and the head of nation and the Prime Minister as well. So it's very exciting, I believe, what's going to be coming down the road over the next 18 months or so.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Prime Minister. You're on mute.
Okay, it mutes
We hear you
itself.
now.
Sorry, it mutes itself. So again, thank you very much for this very inspiring and focused debate. I'm very impressed myself that Nigel is joining Asgardia and that Nigel is joining the team of the government. Now we are complete. We are 12 ministers. And of course, this is one of the core tasks and visions of the head of nation. Once again, I'm just calling upon you. All my ministers are great and the greatest. And that's one more candidate of being a great minister. And yet again, when I make this pep talk and appeal to you, I appeal for you to say yes for the candidacy, which has been put forward to you. And of course, Lembit has gracefully credited me with finding this excellent candidate, but of course it's due to Lembit's history with Nigel and their former cooperation that I have the privilege also to have the opportunity to encourage Nigel to join us. So of course the round of applause go to Lembit for keeping an eye on this and for Nigel also staying engaged while being very busy with British politics and coming back the moment it became feasible in his own agenda. So please vote for Nigel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nigel.
For practical purposes, like I said, I'm dealing with technical aspects of organization of the Executive Congress. So please, all the chairs of committee who confirmed their travel, please finalize your flying arrangements, because this is still an open action. Everything else is taken care of for you, and the payment for your ticket is also made, but please first buy your ticket so we can pay you back. It's necessary to do it soon because it's a high season in Dubai, and well, the sooner to the date it comes, the more expensive the tickets will be, and we need to be cost efficient, please. All the dates are known, all the confirmations are made. The only things are missing is that still more than half of the people have not made their flight plans. You will be repaid within 1 week.
I'll be covering the announcement of the Executive Congress tomorrow. That's fine. There is going to be an Executive Congress. I was going to announce that tomorrow. It's not more good news. It's more good news because it means so we're really moving forwards now. So thank you. So tomorrow I'll tell you about the Executive Congress and the dates. But you heard what the Prime Minister said. Chairs need to get active with sorting out your travel. But we'll discuss that tomorrow because that will be committee work, really. Is there anything else you would like? Sorry, go on, Dana.
No, well, tomorrow I will accompany Floris to introduce him, but for the rest, I might not be sitting with you through the entire meeting. So sorry that I interfered into your agenda, but since I'm in charge of making this whole puzzle work, I have to be sure I'm heard.
Not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. It's good news. It's a good announcement. Anything else you want to cover in the government hour before we move on?
No, I think it's been a very efficient and very productive government hour. So if you agree, I suggest you move on, and I saved you 20 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, you've actually saved us, 23 minutes. Thank you very much indeed. Ministers are welcome to stay. Some may have to go. Feel free to stay if you wish to. But thank you very much indeed. What I'd like to suggest now is we move on to the Asgardia Tax Act third reading. Then we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll do the rest of our work. So we have great momentum. Thank you, Nigel. Have a good day in Florida. There's a phrase that Gore Vidal said, I've used it before. Every time I see my friends do well, something in me dies. But I hope it rains. I hope it rains.
Not a chance.
So thank you. And you know what to do. If you agree with Nigel being the acting Minister for Foreign Affairs, vote yes. If you disagree, vote no. If you don't know, then abstain, but please vote. So let's go back to the legislation now. We have 3 to go. They're all third readings, so they probably won't take long. But we'll have the Asgardia Tax Act third reading now. Ministers are welcome to stay if they wish to. There's no problem with that. And they can speak as well if they want to. The Tax Act was Sarah Clark. After that, we'll have a 10-minute break. That'll be the only other break today, because I think we probably have about 90 minutes left, probably. I guess that's my guess on the timing. So, Sarah.
Next on the agenda is the Competition and Fair Trade Act with John.
Sorry, you're quite right. You know, I keep getting those. The reason this happens is I've got to insist. Thank you. Thank you for showing my incompetence. The problem I have is that the version I've been using, it was the other way around. There's no particular reason for it. But let's do this, Asgardia. Thank you. The Competition and Fair Trade Act, third reading with John Fine. Then we'll have the break. And then we'll go to the Tax Act. Thank you. Over to you, John.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't even paying attention to the lineup myself, so I was just as surprised as Lambert when you said that. All right, I got I've got to share my screen again. And this is the Asgardia Competition Fair Trade Act. I will be summarizing it. This is its third reading, so everybody should be really familiar with it. There wasn't any changes that I could say of really that from the second reading to the third reading. And so we'll continue forward.
Yep, all good. We can see it.
I'll be giving a little video. Oh, wait, twirl you. Sorry. I forgot to turn on the sound. My apologies.
Aren't the same
Well, that's a commercial there.
person. If you're tired of what Today U is doing, get an accounting fundamentals certificate from WGU School of Business and get a whole new Tomorrow U in just 6 months. Enroll today at WGU.
In a market, humans with unlimited wants often meet sellers with limited supplies. In such a place, competition is usually a force of good. It leads to more choice, increases the quality of products on offer, and reduces their prices. If competition is absent, monopolies can form, and that's a problem. Adam Smith, the father of modern economics, defined competition as allocating productive resources to their most highly valued uses. For sellers, the money they receive when they sell is more productive than their product. For the buyers, the produce they get is more productive than their money. When a deal is done, neither party may be entirely happy with the agreed price, but at the end, both feel better off. In a competitive market, those who want something the most end up getting it. Competition takes various forms, as the following story illustrates. One dealer in a market decides to bring in bananas to be the first to sell them. He is the only one, and since people love bananas, he sells them at a high price. And it doesn't take long for someone else to see an opportunity for improvement. Competing in price is the most straightforward way in which sellers can compete for customers, because consumers usually prefer to pay less. In order to survive, the first seller, also known as incumbent, may also lower the prices. This pressure on prices is usually leaving customers better off. In theory, this back and forth will continue until both have reached a price that yields zero profit. Then, one may decide to close. But there is also non-price competition. Instead of offering a lower price, newcomers can try to sell higher quality products or innovate. In response to innovators, incumbents may try to improve their offers and come up with ideas to strengthen their position. Both may increase their service hours. So besides lowering prices, another consequence of competition is the range of choices and innovation, both of which are good for the people in the market. In a free market, competition defines the ultimate price and quality of goods on offer, a phenomenon referred to as emergent order. That means it's eventually not up to the shop to decide how much to charge for a product, but intangible forces such as supply, demand, and consumer preferences that emerge over time. If one company is the only one selling a product, we speak of a monopoly. Then the benefits of competition fade, and the naturally emergent order gets disrupted. From perfect competition to monopoly lies a spectrum we can use to define the intensity of competition. In a highly transparent market, we have almost perfect competition with low prices and lots of customer choice. In a market that is dominated by a monopoly, prices are often high, and the variety of options decreases. If just a few companies share the market, we speak of oligopoly, which is also a problem as they often secretly fix prices. In a free and open market with high competition, we see innovative suppliers, happy customers, and an immersive variety of choice. On the other end of the spectrum, we have a monopoly. Suppliers have little bargaining power. The goods they sell are often inferior, customers pay higher prices and wait longer hours. In order for markets to function, governments need to break monopolies up, and consumers should support those that rival them. Only then will we see innovation, good products, low prices, happy customers, and markets that leave everyone better off. In summary, competition usually leads to lower prices, innovation, and higher living standards. Monopolies lead to higher prices, inferior products, and lower living standards. We should try to break up monopolies to support free market competition. To learn more about competition, tell us how you would compete. First, find.
All right. The core principles, the Act is built upon several core principles that guide its implementation. Promotion of fair trade, the Act seeks to ensure fair competition and prevent monopolistic practices globally. Alignment with international standards, it adheres to guidelines set by the United Nations and the OECD, ensuring compliance with global best practices. Excuse me. Consumer welfare. The Act emphasizes the importance of consumer welfare as a central objective in trade and commerce. Economic prosperity. It aims to create a competitive economic environment that aligns with the values enshrined in Asgardia's Constitution. Key articles. The Act consists of several key articles that outline its purpose and operational guidelines. The purpose is to safeguard fair competition and prevent unfair practices, particularly in mergers and acquisitions. Then there's definitions. That provide clear definitions for terms such as abuse of dominance, algorithmic tactic collusion, and anti-competitive agreements. Obstructive agreements. The Act prohibits various agreements that hinder competition, such as price fixing and collusive tendering. Abusive market power. It outlines behaviors that constitute abuse of dominant market power and the penalties of such actions. In its regulatory framework, the Trade Investigative Authority, TIA, plays a crucial role in overseeing compliance with the Act. It is responsible for conducting investigations into potential violations of the Act, reviewing mergers and acquisitions to prevent excessive market power, collaborating with consumer protection bodies to enhance regulatory efficiency, the consumer protections. The Act integrates consumer protection measures, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding digital consumers against unfair practices, including algorithmic discrimination. Which algorithmic discrimination is a new term that really they hadn't really figured out all the things to that yet. But people are talking about it because that's definitely an area that you can become prejudiced in and bias. So it's definitely going to be a place that's watched in the future globally. Sanctions and appeals. The Act outlines sanctions for violations, including fines and potential imprisonment for significant breaches globally, and that only applies to Earth law, of course. Additionally, it provides mechanisms for appeals against decisions made by the TIA, ensuring due process for affected enterprises and individuals. In conclusion, overall, the Asgardia Competition Fair Trade Act establishes a robust legal framework designed to promote fair competition, protect customers, and foster economic prosperity in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. Its alignment with international standards and emphasis on ethical practices positions Asgardia as a leader in fair trade and competition in the global arena. And that's it. And like Lambert said, this act is sort of the glue that brings all the other acts together. That we have developed in trade and commerce, and this is sort of like the capstone of the legislation that trade and commerce wanted to develop for to represent the trade and commerce of Asgardia. So, and this would be the capstone to complete that group of legislation. Thank you. Sorry, I know you might notice me looking up because I got two screens. I got my computer screen, and I'm looking at the big TV. And I like looking at the big TV because I can see a whole lot better than I can on my computer screen. So I apologize. I don't catch myself doing that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've got computers. I do this, and sometimes it looks like I'm ignoring people, but it's because I use multi-computer system now. I'm thinking of getting a third computer actually. But anyway, thank you. So not much has changed now. Very concise, very clear. Any questions on this or comments on this before we move on? This is the third reading, so it means if you're happy with it, then we will, if you pass it, send it up for decree, and it will become legislation. John has probably generated more legislation than anybody else, so it's quite good that he is head of the LMRG, the Legislative Merit Review Group, because he's a very experienced. Okay, so John, last word to you.
I appreciate everybody's support in all everything that we've gone over so far, including the one that you're going to hear after the break, which is a very exciting act as well, because we'll finally have a tax law in Asgardia if it makes it through its third reading. So, which we desperately need. So, yeah, just looking for again. I appreciate everybody's support and contributions.
Thank you, John. That's excellent. Thank you very much indeed. So once again, if you vote for this, then it goes to third reading being passed, and then it'll be open for the decree to be signed, and it becomes legislation. And I think, as I said yesterday, I think that means we more or less have everything which we need to just make trade and commerce work in our society. It might be we need some protocols, but there won't be anything major. So thank you very much. Thank you, John. Okay, then well done. But we're going to take a short break. After the break, we're going to have Salvos Mouzakitis joining us to say hello and to answer a couple of questions which have been asked for him as well, which will be from John Fine, and from Ariadne. So you will be, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll start at 9-minute break, 16:10 for tidiness. This will be the final break. I expect us to be finished, as I predicted, by 17:30 latest. I think would be the latest. So let's take a 9-minute break. We'll start at 17:10 with Salvos Mouzakitis saying hello. He's the candidate for appointment of Chair of Mandate Commission. See you in 9 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody, for the final part of our day today, I think. And with this, we'll be covering the other two third readings and Salvos Musikitis. Those are the things we have to do. And Salvos Musikitis will join us any moment, I think. I just want to do a quick summary now of what we have done so that we are clear. We had the opening. We talked about the two protocols, Asgardia Opportunities and Asgardia Digital Content Authorization Protocols. Then we talked about the establishment of a working group for the Asgardia Galactic Prime Directive or Convention. Some work to be done about talking in regard to what the name of it will be, but I think that's a huge opportunity. I think it's really exciting. We talked about the Competition and Fair Trade Act, third reading. What we have left to do is the Asgardia Tax Act, third reading, the Asgardia Contracts Act, third reading, and an introduction to Mr. Salvos Musikitis. What I'd like to do is just clarify a couple of points. We'll talk tomorrow about the Asgardian committees. But as you know, I'm very keen. I really want all the committees to start making specific outcomes happen. Something I discussed with the head of nation and the Prime Minister when I was at the summit 2 weeks ago was simple. It was to say that I want all the committees to deliver measurable results, not just reports, but results. Some of them do a really great job, but we need to reach out there. We have an incredible story to tell, I just want us to be able to tell it. More of that tomorrow when we start at 1500 UTC. What I'd like to do now is, this could be a little bit intrusive, Sarah, but I'd like to start with the Asgardia Tax Act. But when I get information that Mr. Musikitis is available, I just want to briefly stop because he's taking time out from his other activities today. So Sarah, as long as you're willing to be interrupted rudely by me, let's start with the Asgardia Tax Act. And then when I get the message from him, then we'll stop briefly, if that's okay with you. I just want to keep things moving. So over to you, Sarah, third reading of the Tax Act.
Brilliant. And yes, absolutely. If Mr. Musikitis can speak with us, I'm happy to stop.
Fantastic.
So yes, this is the third reading of the Asgardian Tax Act. Allow me to share my screen, please. Okay, can you see it? Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, we see it. We see it.
Perfect. I too will be staring at my alternative screen, so apologies for not looking straight ahead. Not much has changed in the third reading. I would like to thank John Fine, the LMRG, and absolutely Mr. Beers for the just sheer amount of time and effort that they put into making sure that every aspect, that every aspect of this tax act is as it should be, whether it be just in the wording, in the content, in the formatting. Just please know that a massive amount of time and energy across all committees was put into what we hope is the successful third reading of the act. Without further ado. Okay, this act plays a crucial role in fostering resilient and innovative digital economy for Asgardia. It establishes a fair, transparent, and efficient tax structure for the citizens and businesses of Asgardia. Taxes in Asgardia are levied exclusively in solars, supporting Asgardia's sovereignty and promoting a robust Asgardian economy. As Asgardia interacts with Earth nations, this act establishes the framework that allows Asgardia to commit to complying with international law, particularly regarding cross-border digital taxation. Asgardian law encompasses the rules, policies, guidelines, and cross-border regulatory instruments that govern how Asgardia governments will collect, manage, and enforce taxes. It plays a significant role in our nation's economic structure and affects residents and enterprises. The 7 core principles of this act have not changed. They remain digital sovereignty, transparency and public trust, simplicity and accessibility, adaptability and future-proofing, sustainability and social responsibility, fairness, and circular involvement. The main purpose of this tax act, in my mind, is not only to establish a foundation for just financial success for Asgardia, but also to make sure that it is fair, forward-thinking, and transparent. Digital sovereignty ensures that all taxes are denominated and paid exclusively in solars, but that it reinforces Asgardia's independence and fosters economic self-reliance. Transparency and public trust. Empowering real-time public ledger access and annual fiscal disclosures promotes not only transparency, but accountability while complying with individual rights, privacy laws, data protection standards, and a balanced tax ecosystem. Simplicity and accessibility. The tax inspires a streamlined tax structure that minimizes complexity and encourages ease of compliance with clear guidelines and tools for the taxpayers, such as online calculators and a simplified filing process. Adaptability and future-proofing. The tax framework is not static, but it is designed to evolve in response to economic and technological developments like blockchain, AI, and smart technologies. Review mechanisms are established to ensure it remains relevant and adaptable while instilling confidence in Asgardia's ability to keep pace with legal, technological, and all other tax developments on Earth or in space operations. Sustainability and social responsibility. Tax revenues must be generated to support Asgardia's long-term goals in community development, education, innovation, and to ensure the responsible use of resources. Fairness. The tax structure is designed to be fair, empowering Asgardian citizens and businesses. It aligns with Asgardia's mission as a leader in digital governance and economic freedom, facilitating technological and social advancements. The structure considers progressive elements, incentives, and exemptions to attract innovations and to address inequality. Circular involvement. This act creates a circular tax system developed to foster unity, where everyone is a contributor and earnestly does their part to advance Asgardia's pursuits on Earth and in space. Now, some of these have changed very, very, very minutely, but I will quickly, not too quickly for our interpreters, but just touch on each of the tax categories. The first is territorial. Taxes are levied on enterprise operating commercial business transactions, whether digital or physical, within the territory of the Asgardian space nation. Residential. a fixed-term residential tax in the form of a fee paid annually by residents joining Asgardia for the first time or those renewing resident fee status. This is our 100 solar residence fee. Contractual. Any tax obligations that are assessed during the negotiations of a contract that culminates explicitly for Asgardian Space Nation. Administrative. Tax assessed in licensing, specific fees, civil service, or an intellectual property. Voluntary. A social tax applied to voluntary investments in bonds, retirements or savings plans, stocks, insurance, education, business startups, and other investment areas that the Asgardian government is advising to make available. And keep in mind, just in the back of your head as I am reading all these, there are provisions in place to ensure that there is no double taxation, but these are the tax categories and proposed articles. Licensing and IP or intellectual property tax. This ensures that all registered intellectual property and digital assets within the Asgardia's jurisdiction contribute fairly to the economy, incentivizing innovation through tax reductions while maintaining transparency and compliance with global IP standards. Fairness and transparency in public reporting. This ensures real-time public access to tax data, secure digital reporting, and annual financial disclosures, fostering trust, accountability, and alignment with global standards while protecting Asgardian privacy. Taxpayers' rights and protections. Guarantees fair treatment, privacy, transparency, access to dispute resolution, while ensuring compliance with Asgardia's constitutional values and safeguarding citizens from unfair tax practices. Future-proofing and adaptive tax laws. This ensures Asgardia's tax system remains flexible, technologically driven, and aligned with emerging innovations such as blockchain and AI, while enabling seamless applications to economic and digital advancements. Enforcements and penalties. Establishes proportional remedies, appeals, and dispute resolution processes, ensuring fair tax compliance while upholding accountability through fines and judicial actions as necessary. And then finally, on this page, social contributions and community involvement. This ensures that tax revenues are reinvested into Asgardia development, funding projects in education, innovation, sustainability, and economic growth while prohibiting misuse. And I would go so far as to say we've had 2 great projects today that could be funded by Asgardian taxes. So this is a visionary tax system for our unique digital nation. The Asgardian Tax Act embodies a bold and forward-looking approach to taxation, thoughtfully crafted to reflect the distinct character of a digital space-based nation. Rooted in the principles of sovereignty, transparency, fairness, and adaptability, this framework establishes both a solid financial foundation and a dynamic catalyst for Asgardia's long-term prosperity. Through this pioneering model, Asgardia asserts itself as a global innovator in digital taxation, empowering its citizens, enterprises, and future generations to flourish within a sustainable, progressive, and innovation-focused economic system. I would like to thank all of the members of our committee. They not only bring together a very diverse and unique perspective, but just a mass amount of skill and experience, and I would like to thank them all for their contributions. And of course, especially Mr. Alexander Rizzi for the foundation on which this tax legislation was built. Again, past and present members of the Finance Committee, Trade and Commerce Chairman, Mr. John Fine, Minister Beers, and all of the members of the LMRG for the outstanding contributions, development, and vision of this legislation. And that is it.
Thank you, Sarah. Really great work as always. Any comments or questions on this before we proceed? It's, as Sarah says, has been developed across a number of years, in fact. Alexander Rizzi did a lot of work on it as well. A long process, probably about 3.5 years, really. Lena, Prime Minister.
Do you hear me? Yeah. I also would like to compliment everybody who worked on making this document, because indeed I remember the times, Lambert, you also would remember when we were in Corfu like 5 years ago. It was before COVID that this work has started. And indeed the original versions were drafted by Alexander Rizzi and Mark Bogan. So the base was there, and there was, John Fine would remember, there's been documents he has led like that. The ACE Act also took years, and they've been in and out and rewritten many times, but now it's a masterpiece. So Tax Act indeed was one of those. I believe it was in the same Corfu summit that they were first reviewed informally, and a lot of comments and feedback came along. So it's been a long way and a long path, and I'm also very, very pleased. I'm repeating what has been said and just in different words, but I'm very pleased that also through this activity and through these documents, the best practices have evolved and established themselves. So indeed, what originally was started by Alexander Rizzi and Mark Bogan at the time has now become the ultimate output of very serious and very responsible work, also led by Sarah, supported by LRMG, and with Mark Beer also taking comments from Mark Bogan. So I'm extremely pleased with the reference to this case in general, to mark that our processes have evolved so much. And we're doing so well. Congratulations to us all.
Thank you. It really does look like we're finally going to get our tax policies fixed in place. Further.
Same here. I'd like to thank to Sarah for her efforts in the parliament and for her committee. And I wanted to congratulate her for your success in this.
Thank you. Anybody else? I don't want to encourage criticism because it's taken 5 years to get here. I don't want it to stop. John?
Yes. Well, I just want to thank Sarah for the great job she did with working with the LMRG, and again Mark Beer, who was very influential in this particular document, and Alexander Rizzi, like the Prime Minister said, because this and she made up a really good comparison to the ACE Act, because I think they both got long beards and lots of wrinkles, as old as they've been aging, but I think it's great that we've gotten to this point, and I look forward to seeing it pass. And I thank everybody for their support. Yeah, it's just been an honor to work with Sarah and her team, and Mark and everybody in the LMRG on this particular legislation. And I would say that it received, out of all the legislation that we worked on, this one received very, very intensive responses, and I think that's good. I think the more contributions I get in the LMRG, the better the legislation becomes, and of course I want that kind of responses in the LMRG, and of course those responses can come from the government side, or they can come from the chairs of committees, and which makes up the main group of the LMRG. And the more response I get, it seems like the better the legislation can become. And I will point out that no matter how small you think your contribution might be, it's not. It is very large when it comes to the greater or the bigger picture. So don't never think that any contribution you can make is too small. Uh, because, for instance, on this particular legislation, I was in the LMRG program updating it at work where I work, my civilian job that I work on here in the United States, and a passerby, just somebody, it wasn't even an Asgardian, just happened to be passing by and looked down at what I was doing and started reading it while I was sitting there doing some updates. And he says, "Oh yeah, you know what? You can, if you heard of this, this, and this." And at the time, I hadn't. And believe it or not, that contribution actually got put into it because it was something that we hadn't thought of yet. And so so and it was just one small little thing. So like I said, please don't never think that what you can contribute is too small. Please, your contributions are very, very important. They do help us create a more robust legislation. And I thank everybody for their contributions. I thank Sarah for hers, and I thank everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, John. It has been a huge project, huge, long project. And we get hopefully to the end of it now. If nobody else has anything to say, then I'll end this debate on this one now. If you agree with the content of this legislation, vote yes. If you disagree, then vote no. If you don't know, then abstain, please. Last word to you, Sarah, though.
In echoing what John has said, I would like to thank everyone for their contributions. I got messages via email, messages on Slack from fellow parliamentarians, which was amazing because it helped us just ensure that all aspects of the taxes were addressed. Also, specifically, I would like to thank the Prime Minister, Chairman Obeck, and John Fine for the just massive step forward that has been the LMRG. Had the three of you not come together in an amazing just stroke of genius, I don't know that this tax act would be where it stands today. So thank the three of you so very much for making the LMRG possible, and I ask everyone for their support. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. With that, we move on to a quick check on where we are. We've done everything apart from meeting Salvos, who briefly came into the chat. He's called me. He's in transit at the moment. Hopefully he'll get to a good signal before we finish. I know Corfu quite well, and there are black holes in terms of the quality of reception in places. But what we'll do is we'll go to the final legislative item. Now, this is the piece of work which Ria Dell's been doing for a long time, the Asgardia Contracts Act, and it fits in quite well with the other items. It's a third reading again. Now, not much has changed since the last time. So, unfortunately, Ria's got a very difficult problem with her voice today. She's not very well. So I don't think she's able to necessarily talk. But nothing's really changed since the second reading. I think everybody's happy with what we've got. If Ria wants to try and say something, she's welcome to do so, but I understand she might not be able to. This ties in very well with the other pieces of legislation that we've been discussing. Essentially, if you look at the suite of legislation that we've been discussing today, the Fair Trade Act, the Tax Act, those are all relevant to the same thing, to making Asgardia a great place to do business. And as I say, I believe after these items have gone through, there won't really be much need for additional policy development on tax and trade, because we've got it in place. There will be other things, of course, but I've always said we need to make legislation we need. It's not that we need to make legislation. We have to make legislation we need, and we don't need to do anything else. So there hasn't really been a change since the last time. Are there any questions or comments on this before we move on? Okay, Ria, that's great that you've done that. Get well soon. John, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the Contracts Act is basically like a continuation, or what you would call a comprehensive act to the ACE Act and other parts of other acts as well. So it's very important. It basically breaks down the specifics that, you know, when it was first described in the ACE Act, everything was brought out in a more of a broader term, and of course the Contract Act brings it to a more specific areas and explains things a whole lot more comprehensive. So, I want to thank Ria Dale for all her work on that. It was a very necessary step, along with the act that we passed the last Parliament, that was part of the two pieces of legislation that she put forward, and we would have put this one forward too. It just that we wasn't able to get everything done that we needed to get done in the LMRG, so we just held it over just to make sure that we got all the I's dotted and all the T's crossed. But yeah, like you said, there's very little change, and I look for everybody's support in this, and I thank again, as always, for Ria Dale and her bringing these acts up. Thank you.
Quick question for you, Sarah. This has taken 5 years. I thought it was 3.5, but the Prime Minister's right. 5 years we've been working on this. It's difficult. That's why it's difficult to get tax right. People have strong and different views on it. Sarah, do you think that we will now be able to set tax rates which make Asgardia an attractive place to operate? And I'm asking this in the following context. There are lots of people who make their money in the Bitcoin cryptocurrency world. I would love to attract those people to come into Asgardia. It seems to be a good fit. Do you think that we'll need any more tax legislation in the short term? Maybe we will, but I'd just rather know from you.
Will we need more tax legislation? No, I don't believe so. I really think that this is a foundation on which our amazing Minister of Finance, Mark Bogan, can really just create a super duper solid and very enticing tax structure with, per the first part of your question, very, very enticing tax rates. Okay. You know, there are companies around the world, Estonia and Honduras are actually the first two that come to mind, that are just very, very, very appealing for not only, you know, just like the freelancer, but also for business. As the cryptocurrency is, it's a separate question onto itself, but I think any nation that is going to function solely in a digital currency like we do offers just intimate and very infinite opportunities, that some of which we probably haven't even conceived of. So we're in amazing hands with Minister Bogan, and I really, really, really look forward to with what we do. So yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so as you know, further, and then I think we finished after that here. Further.
She's not telling right now, but maybe in the committee report that she will tell about the projects she's working on right now. She's working a lot. Thank you.
That's exactly the right thing to do. She'll be talking about that tomorrow, I would say. And Sarah's just a great delight, and she won my loyalty when she organized the Eclipse event in Dallas. Very spectacular. She even cleared away the clouds just for the right time. It was cloudy until the eclipse started, and then it cleared. It was unbelievable. And I say she did that. That's power. Really power. That's frightening power.
I did. I parted the clouds, and then I also brought Mr. Musakides to our sitting at the perfect time. So
yes,
I
he's turned up as well. I will be your last item now. So thank you very much. On that one, then we have the option to vote yes, no, or abstain. I really hope you vote yes. It really matters, because I don't want to spend another 5 years on this piece of legislation. Thank you. Okay, so we move to the final item now. A man so old, he remembers when we started talking about tax legislation, then he was one of us. He's one of them now. Salvos Musakides, former Deputy Chair of the Parliament, is the proposed appointment for the position of the Chair of the Mandate Commission. He was former Deputy Speaker of the House, Deputy Speaker of the Asgardian Parliament, not the House of Commons, that's Nigel Evans. And he joins us back from Corfu to come in here. Salvos, it's been a while. How are you? You have to unmute yourself. Press the button. No,
you see, such a long time has passed, and I have forgotten everything. No, that's a lie. I haven't forgotten you, and I'm really glad I'm back, and I'm really glad I'm talking to you once more in Asgardia. It's great. It's great to see you all, and this time I'm not going to be a part of the parliament. You may know that one of the reasons why I had to leave my position, it was the time consumption, which, you know, my profession, I'm a lawyer, by the way, for those that you do not know me, I'm a lawyer in Corfu, Greece. And I hope that from the new position, I'm going to be able to assist Asgardia. I did miss you, to be honest. I did miss you all, and it's emotional to be here back again once more and, you know, talking to you. So thank you for that. And thank you for all the kind words and the messages I have been receiving since you found out about my appointment. I do appreciate that a lot, and I really feel great about that.
There are two people who submitted comments. They're really comments, but I'll let them say them to you themselves. We have Ariadne. So Ariadne, would you like to share your commentary? I'm not sure if Salvos is able to hear the translation, so you may have to try it in English. Salvos is outside at the moment, but Ariadne, do you want to say something to Salvos in line with what you sent me?
Thank you very much. Well, I feel so happy to see you here, Salvos Musakides. I love the idea that you are returned to Asgardia. And I say some things about you are the best friend that we have in many things that we involve in the parliament. And now you are here again, and that's wonderful. I feel hopeless on that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just get John Fine as well, and then back to you. Oh, it's John Fine, then further. John Fine.
He's the guy who called me just called me Dr. Chaos once more.
Dr. Chaos. That's right, I'd forgotten.
That was Ricky.
How are you, John? Good to see you, my friend.
Okay. Well, Savos, it's a great pleasure, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your nomination in the role of the chair of the Mandate Commission. This recognition is a testament of your unwavering dedication, exceptional service, and profound commitment to the principles and vision of Asgardia. And having had the privilege of serving alongside you in Parliament for many years, I have witnessed firsthand your insightful leadership, your ability to foster collaboration, and your steadfast dedication to the betterment of our space nation. Your experience as an esteemed member of Parliament and your deep understanding of the intricacies of governance make you an ideal candidate for this vital position. You have my full support as you embark in this new chapter of service, and I'm really looking forward to your positive impact that your leadership will bring, and I'm eager to see the Mandate Commission flourish under your chairmanship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You make me feel, I don't know, but no words. Thank you for everything that you have said. Same like Ariadne, and I feel I'm again within friends. That's all I can say. And the appreciation is mutual. Thank you.
Further.
Welcome back, komşu, neighbor.
Komşu.
I hope you like the things we have done while you were gone. If needed a fixing, you should say your ideas. We are waiting your participation. Thank you very much to come back.
Teşekkür ederim komşu.
Thank you too, komşu.
If Salvos was the head of Greece and Ferda was the head of Turkey, Cyprus would not be a problem. But we don't do Earth politics. We don't do Earth politics. But there we go. Luckily, we have great relationships restarting here. Dr. Chaos, as you were known. I'd forgotten that. But it's great to have you back. Just to explain to colleagues, Salvos is not going to be part of the Parliament. He cannot be. He needs to be independent of Parliament because the Mandate Commission makes sure, as part of the administration, and it makes sure things are done correctly. This actually answers one of the questions from Benedetta earlier on. There is an administration. When it works well, you don't notice it because things work well. It's only when things don't work well you notice it. So I'm just really pleased that you're coming back. Let's hope that people vote for you. We'll find out. If you don't get past, that means everyone's a liar. And I don't think that's going to happen. So thank you. Last word to you, Salvos, and then we can conclude on this item. Oh, right. Okay.
Sorry, I missed the last part. What did you just say, Chair?
I'm just saying the last word to you, last thing for you to say, and then we move on.
Well, yes. Indeed, this time I came back in an administrative position. We usually do not talk to the people much in the Parliament. You see, I say we in the Parliament once more. But I will make sure I will be passing by to say hello and reply to your questions whenever you have such, that they are reflecting the work of the commission that I'm going to be appointed at. And surely I will not be a stranger to the Parliament of Asgardia. My heart is in the Parliament of Asgardia and to you all. And I have no words to actually express my gratitude for all the nice words I've heard today. That's all I want to say, Chair and colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Salvos. That's Salvos Mouzakidis, the candidate for the chair of the.
Yes, sorry, I spoke as if I'm already elected, which it's obviously not the case. But it's mostly what I wanted to refer to was how I feel, really. And please delete that part. It was inappropriate.
No, it's going to be in the record forever now.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But this is, you said the right thing. Apart from the appointment, the Mandate Commission is independent of Parliament, but we will hopefully see Salvos a lot. He's a very great contributor and one of the pioneers, one of the first AMPs all those years ago. Thank you, Salvos. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
That is
Bye, my
Salvos.
friend. And I'm
Goodbye.
looking forward to meet the new colleagues.
Yeah, that's going to be great. It's going to be great. And I think you're going to be very amazed by how much progress has been made as well. And we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. Thank you. So Salvos goes, and we go back to our agenda. If you like Salvos, vote yes. If you dislike him, vote no. And if you're not sure, then abstain. So I'm very pleased we were able to get Salvos there. So finally, that brings us to the end of the items today. Let me summarize what we have done. We had the opening of the second day of the announcements. We covered the Asgardia Opportunities Protocol, and I explained the new process. It's experimental. We'll see if it works. And then we talked about the Digital Content Authorization Protocol as well. And you can vote for those two, yes, no, or abstain. We talked about establishing a working group for the Prime Directive, which I think could be huge. I think that could lead to physical convention, and that could really help with the Asgardia's work and status in world standing. We talked about the Asgardia Competition and Fair Trade Act with John Fine, and then the Asgardia Tax Act, Sarah. Obviously, further, I should name further. TC has been in charge of the Prime Directive Act with Carl. Very exciting work. RIA's not very well, but no changes had been made to the Asgardia Contracts Act anyway, so that wasn't a problem. And if you agree with those, then please vote yes. There are 3 third readings. If they get passed, then they've gone through the parliamentary process. The government hour we had, and the Prime Minister, who is still here, together with some of the ministers, joined us. Nigel is still listening, I believe, as well, Nigel Evans. And we heard a presentation from him, and you presented the questions to him because he is being proposed by the Prime Minister to serve as the acting Minister of Foreign Affairs until the 15th of December 2025, 13 Capricornus 0009 in the Asgardia calendar. If you vote yes, then he will be serving as the acting minister until then. If you vote no, then he won't. The search continues then. Or if you abstain, then your vote won't be a yes or a no. But I do hope you appoint him. He's very well qualified, and I'm voting in favour of that very important appointment. And as a bonus, we had the chair of the Mandate Commission at the end of the day, Salvos Moskitis. His nickname, his friendly name was Dr. Chaos for various reasons. I can't even remember why now, but that was what he was known as. And he's very enthusiastic to come back, and he won't be a regular contributor to our sittings. He will be making sure that our processes are done correctly. And that's what his job will be. But I have every faith in him. I've now known him for, well, since the beginning of Asgardia. And that's really, really excellent work. I just think that it's great that he has been willing to come forward. So that's what we've done today. The voting, therefore, is all open. Please do vote. The voting is on the agenda, which is the quorum count. The Opportunities Protocol, the Asgardia Opportunities Protocol, the Asgardia Digital Content Authorization Protocol, the Prime Directive Working Group, the Competition and Fair Trade Act, third reading, the Tax Act, third reading, the Contracts Act, third reading, and then the 2 appointments, Mr. Nigel Evans for Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and Mr. Salvos Moskitis as Chair of Mandate Commission. Looking ahead to tomorrow then, day 3. We'll have my usual announcements. Then we'll have the guest speaker, Mr. Forrest Witts, Minister of Science, about the fascinating subject of artificial gravity. And there are some interesting physics considerations there, which I'll leave him to explain. He knows so much about this. He is the doctor to the cosmonauts and astronauts who go into space, and he knows the biology challenges that space travel contains. Massively interesting, and that's really excellent. I'm really glad that he's coming. Then we'll get the reports from parliamentary committees, and I'll be talking more about the details of what we can look forward to for the rest of this year with those committees. We'll have the opportunity to review priority acts. If you have anything you want to suggest, then please feel free to say so. Sometimes we don't have any new proposals there, but I always put it in there to give you the opportunity to make suggestions. Then we'll have the election for the vacancy, Chair of Youth and Education Committee, summing up the results of the voting, closing remarks, national anthem, and the sitting is closed. We start at 1500 UTC tomorrow. I expect we'll be finished at about 1800 UTC. I think we'll need 3 hours. We won't need 5 hours tomorrow. Once again, this is because with our excellent interpreters, we save 75% of the time. Instead of it having to go English, Russian, Turkish, Spanish, it's done simultaneously. So we save 75% of the time, which means we do the best thing. We do more work in less time. That brings us to the end of today. Are there any questions or comments for today before we finish? Okay. I think, John.
Yeah, but I just wanted to let you know that I sent you an email on some LMRG stuff. If you take a look at that for next section. So, and just thank everybody for their support. And I really enjoyed this session, especially with Nigel Evans. He has my support as well, and of course, Dr. Chaos has got my support. There was a point, but there was a point there where you said that if they're all liars or lawyers, or is that
I have no doubt that Salvos Vazakitis is one of the greatest lawyers in Greece and probably in Europe.
I agree.
And he has a joyful, positive mindset towards what we do. And that's what I want. I want us to have great people with a positive mindset in the administration, in the parliament, and obviously I'm pleased to see such people in government as well. Because many of the government ministers started off in parliament, actually, as often happens in politics. Ricky, and then further.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm happy to see Nigel Salvos back. I've always enjoyed my interactions with them. One thing I want to say, though, is that, and I put this in the message, as you might see, that our act need to be made public on our web pages, but in full text, even if we have to create, a new page just for that. I believe that would let people know more what's going on, because a lot of people, they're not going to go to the main site, go through the menu and try to look stuff up. And a lot of people, maybe the link won't work for them. So I think that all the acts that have been passed so far should be made public in full text.
They are.
Either but on, either our Facebook pages or create another Facebook page just for that. I think that would help draw a lot more people, because they would have a better understanding of what we're doing.
They are actually publicly available on our official pages, as Ferda says. They are. Ferda's up next, actually, but they are publicly available. But you're right. Maybe we could make it easier for people to see them. But that's noted, and I've already sent a message to my people to make sure that we publish things in advance of the ALFs and so forth as well. So fair point. We need to promote Asgardia more. Let's talk more about that tomorrow under the Information and Communications report. Further.
Okay.
I'm remembering he was fighting for the right and giving long discussions about the legislations, how to write them and how to approach them, and he was not giving up.
Yeah. I mean, talking about Salvos. Yeah, great. Very, very good. Very good chair of the Justice Committee as well. The very good vice chair. So yes, it's great to have him back. He really knows Asgardia. It's interesting when people start coming back in, you know that you've got a self-sustaining civic society. That's just great. It also means that there's a future for all of us if we want to do different things in Asgardia in the years ahead. John.
Yeah, to Ricky's comment, I just want to say that I think that Ross has something he's working on or in the pipeline that will go towards help communicating the legislation, something with AI and stuff. So I believe that that's what his initiative's for. So yeah, and I haven't really dove into that yet, but I will be diving into that after this session.
Okay, and we'll look at the committee work later, tomorrow in fact. Ross.
I just wanted to say I do, and I would actually probably take a bit of time tomorrow to present that as well.
That's fantastic. It's great to see Ross so active, and we're going to really see a lot from information communications coming up. It's just so excellent. I'm really, really excited by that. Thank you, Ross. So I'm looking forward to seeing you and everyone tomorrow. Okay, thank you. So once again, because we have great interpretation systems, we save 75% of our time on translation because it's simultaneous. And so we get more done in less time. So thank you, everybody. I still remember the first time that we did a digital sitting from Austria. I was in Vienna and I was so nervous, and we were making it up as we went along, but we followed our principles, and that's why it worked. We weren't guessing. We were working out according to good principles, what a good civic society would look like. And I think today has been a role model for that. And I hope I'm saying the right thing when I say that the new people, Nigel Evans and Salvos Mouzakitis, are really old Asgardians coming back. And I think they're going to give the whole of Asgardia a great lift. And I want to finish by also thanking Dr. Asher Bailey, because I can see how massively helpful it was to see him a few weeks ago in preparation for this sitting. It really clarified things. It's pushed us forward. I always tell you those meetings are really valuable, and they were valuable again. So thank you to Dr. Asher Bailey. After all, it was his vision that got us here in the first place. So thank you. And if you're watching at home, if you like what you see, why not become an Asgardian resident? €100 or dollars or pounds, and you will have the full voting rights of an Asgardian resident, and you can be involved in what you see here. We are really, to quote the title of the series, we're really making a highway to the stars, a highway for humans to follow, in peace for all humankind. So thank you. Let's stop there then. We've done our work for the day, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, 1500 UTC. I think it will be a 3-hour session, probably about a 3-hour session. And thank you very much indeed. And with that, also, I close the nominations for the committee, which we're voting on tomorrow. And I'll talk to you about that tomorrow and who the candidates are. Have a great rest of the day. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And